Good morning. So lovely to see everyone back here today. Thank you for everyone for joining yesterday as well. It was such a rich discussion and so wonderful to connect with so many of you. So welcome back to day 2 of our Climate Crossroads Summit. I'm just going to take a moment for those of you who may be joining us just today in person to orient you with the building. In case that there is any sort of emergency, we're going to ask that you exit through the door you came in at the middle of the auditorium here. There are a few major exits to the building, but the easiest thing to do would be to proceed directly through the Great Hall and exit out through the exit that goes out to Constitution Avenue. The restrooms are marked here in blue on the map, so if you exit the auditorium, head to the right, you can get to the facilities near the C Street entrance, or if you go into the Great Hall and to the left, you can find those opposite the East Court. And of course, if you're having trouble locating anything, just flag down one of the staff and they'll be happy to help you. All right. And just wanted to walk through our plans for today. We have 2 wonderful panels planned for during our plenary sessions here. We'll be getting started in just a minute with a panel on intersections of climate and other societal challenges. After that panel, we'll be going into breakout sessions for those of you in person, and we'll provide some instructions about where to go and how to do that at that point. We'll have a lunch, and then we'll return back to the auditorium for our final panel on emerging challenges and opportunities. I'm very excited about that one too. And we'll then close the day with some reflections and just a few notes about our next steps for the Climate Crossroads. Again, we'll be live streaming the plenary pieces of the agenda, and we have the opportunity to participate through Slido. So if you haven't already gotten access to that, that's the QR code there, or you can go to the website and access it with that event code. We'll also have some online prompts that if anyone was on the Slido yesterday, there were a few surveys and other things that came up through the day, so encourage you to participate in that as well. And so with that, I'm delighted to invite our first panel to join me here on the stage. Come on up. Thank you. And I think we're waiting for one of our panelists to come, and so we might have one joining us in the nick of time. So we'll get started, Michael, and we'll go with that. Okay. Thanks.
Great. Yes. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here today. And this morning we had a great conversations yesterday that really touched on the need and urgency of having the National Academies engage in these issues of climate at the crossroads. My name is Michael Mendez. I'm an assistant professor of environmental policy and planning at the University of California, Irvine. Also have the pleasure and honor to be a part of the advisory committee of the Climate Crossroads Initiative here for the National Academies. And today we're going to be elaborating a little bit more on topics and themes we talked about yesterday around looking at populations that are disproportionately impacted from our changing climate, and specifically marginalized communities, communities of color, looking at issues of intersectionality. So we talked a lot broadly about these impacts, but we didn't get more explicit about who were these individuals, what communities are we talking about? And these are multiple communities, plural, that we're going to be highlighting here today and trying to put a more human-centered, a human face to these impacts of climate change. So I'm honored to have a distinguished panel here that really shows the breadth of this sort of intersectional, human-centered approaches or human dimensions approaches to climate change and its impacts, and how communities are also responding and providing valuable input and decision-making and innovation around climate change. So let me begin with introducing some of our panels. Today we'll be starting to hear from Jacoby Wilson, who's the director of the Center for Community Engagement of Environmental Justice and Health. and a professor at the Maryland Institute for Applied Environmental Health at the University of Maryland, and he'll be joining us shortly. Miriam Gay Antaki, assistant professor of geography and environmental studies at the University of New Mexico, and Hussam Mahmoud, the George T. Abel Professor in Infrastructure and Director of the Structural Laboratory at Colorado State University. Each of our panelists will offer some brief opening remarks to get us started, and then we will engage in a constructive conversation. We will also leave time for Q&A with the audience, both in person and online. For those tuning in virtually, we encourage you to submit questions in the Slido box below the live stream at any point in the session. And we'll have staff to help feed those to the discussion here. So let's dive into our conversation this morning. And again, it's designed to push our thinking around how to conceptualize climate change impacts and potential solutions and how they intersect with issues of race, gender, class, age, immigration status, and other type of demographic factors. And we really want to dig in on what do these intersections mean for how we should approach finding equitable and effective solutions to climate challenges. So our panelists are working at these intersections and we'll explore these insights. So we're gonna begin with Miriam. Your work has really focused especially on the intersection of gender and climate change and how societal structures shape the development and implementation of policies. Who participates in decision-making and how people take up those decisions. We'd love to hear your perspectives from the ground, from your research and your field work on these intersectional approaches to climate challenges and solutions. And thank you for being with us here today.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Michael. Yes, so I study intersections of gender and climate change, but very broadly, I'm interested in power relations around knowledge production around climate change. So if I lose you along the way, the key takeaway of my research and of what I want to get through today is that we must step away from one-size-fits-all solutions that are devised by people who think similarly. So my research explores processes by which some voices are heard and some are silenced in the climate debate. I analyze this not only at the community or local level. I think there's some issue there of calling something local. I think there's a lot of local spaces, even in what we think of as international spaces. So I go and look at power dynamics in scientific spaces, such as the drafting of reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to climate policy meetings, such as the Conference of the Parties, and definitely I try to assess or evaluate the impact of the science and the policy in the communities that are targeted, where these projects are targeted. And I have found that unless we focus on the intersections of structural inequalities and climate-related pressures, our knowledge around climate change remains incomplete, and we will fail, and we have failed to build resilient communities. So while climate change is the most pressing issue of our time, and it has shown and it will continue to show differential impacts around gender, race, sexuality, class lines, and location and geography, gender plays an ancillary role in how to think about the problem. So rather than just thinking about impacts, what I try to do with my research is to say if we use gender as an analytical category to study power relations, it would be much more powerful than just trying to assess how gender impacts some women in some parts of the globe. The problem around how gender is conceptualized in the climate debate is that it's usually very essentialized. It usually is reduced to mean women versus men, but not even that. Like in the discourse or in the image that we have, we're usually, imagine or a woman from the global south is depicted and as some having to go and collect firewood, right, and walk further for that in the face of climate change. So then one of the solutions to resolve gender inequality in the face of climate change would be the distribution of efficient wood stoves. But what I try to stress is that not all women's lives will be improved by efficient wood stoves, right? I mean, this is a bad joke, but some women might want induction stoves, no? I mean, it's a bad joke. But some women don't even want any stoves. So that's sort of like one of the issues around how we're thinking about gender and climate change. And so these simple, short-sighted solutions really overlook the complicated and sophisticated web of intersecting barriers that women also face when accessing science, policy, and action. And this is why intersectionality is so important. It reminds us that a narrow focus on gender, right, just focusing on the women aspect, constrains what we can know and do about climate change when other forms of social difference and oppression are important in how we think about climate change, responsibility, vulnerability, and governance of the problem. Yet, we pretend, in terms of how we use gender in the climate change debate, this is not the case. And I'll just give you an example from my research. I was at the Conference of the Parties in Lima, Peru, and I attended the Women and Gender Constituency, which is the constituency that is responsible to advocate for women in climate change. And I observed how a young woman was asked to read a speech that was written by the leadership of the constituency, yet this woman had not been participant in writing the speech. And this speech was going to be given to the entire plenary, to the entire Conference of the Parties. And while she accepted that she had no decision-making influence in the report, but her body served as this visual representation of the mainstream gender and climate change narrative. There was no discussion of whether she agreed or what she thought of the speech, and there was also no space in the constituency to argue or to think about how gender could be operationalized in that space. So while it is key that the constituency does exist in the gender debate in the Conference of the Parties, because otherwise gender would be completely forgotten, the way that it is allowed in needs to be very domesticated. There needs to be one single message that needs to be palatable for such a space. So rather than using gender as a tool to sort of like challenge the structures, it actually has to be fit into a mold, right? And this mold is very rigid. And I think, we've mentioned this implicitly, but I'm just gonna talk about this explicitly. The structures that shape the mold are patriarchal, colonial, and capitalist. And if we do nothing to change these structures, then the messages that go in there will have no real impact, right? But we pretend that we can achieve climate justice without changing these structures. We pretend we can achieve climate justice without challenging them. And this silencing does not only occur at the Conference of the Parties and with gender, it can happen from an IPC scientist that feels unheard because of their gender, race, location, command of English, or whatever knowledge that they want to say about climate change, to the impact of their lack of knowledge in the science, to how it's going to be implemented in the policy, to how it will hit the ground. So I use feminist and decolonial insights in my work because these are key to understand patriarchy and colonialism, right? It's the feminist and the decolonial scholarship that is key here. And these highlight the intersecting systems of domination that really maintain oppressive and exploitative relations, creating different opportunities for women and people of color that exclude them from actively participating in the debate. So I'll just end here. So this scholarship has shown time and again that knowledge produced without women and people of color remains incomplete, and thus we are then at a disadvantage when this exclusion of people continues. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Marian. That was an excellent overview and introduction to this issue of intersectionality, power relations, and systemic inequalities. And I really appreciate you pushing scholars, practitioners, and other experts to move away from reductive logics, particularly when studying gender, women, and disproportionate climate impacts. and trying to tackle the larger structural inequalities. And it reminded me of critiques of what is happening in Bangladesh with the flooding and women, and the newspaper headlines were, these women are said to be, because of the flooding, forced into human trafficking. But people are pushing back. It's the existing inequalities before these climate-induced disasters happen that are making these disproportionate impacts exasperated when a disaster like extreme storms and flooding do occur. So thank you for that, and look forward to hearing more about your intersectional approaches to climate change research. And I'd like to welcome our third panelist, Shikobi, that will be speaking to us momentarily. But next I'll move on to Hussam, and I'm really interested in hearing about your work, which focuses on the intersection of communities and the built environment, and specifically on resilience to and recovery from extreme events. As we imagine an increase in the frequency and intensity of these events with climate change, tell us how you think about the intersections you see in the social, built, and natural environments as people face these challenges. And thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for the kind invitation to be part of this panel and offer maybe some thoughts on this very interesting topic. So I think as a community, for us to be talking about climate and the interface between climate and societies, in my opinion, is the first step that we need to have to be able to find solutions to the problems we're dealing with. Problems are very complicated, and we all acknowledge this now. And it's interesting, if you skim through the literature and start to look, we actually did this. We have a paper under review on this topic. We started to look at climate-related papers that have been published by 4 major publishers, which I would not mention the names. And we find that the word resilience, for example, adaptation, excuse me, and so on, is mentioned about 30% or so in these papers, which is very good. It's not great, but it's a good step. But then we looked further and tried to find papers that actually talk about risk-informed models or tools that might allow you to inform resilience and adaptations that are mentioned in these papers. And we found that only 2%, 1 to 2% of the papers have anything to do with, for example, Bayesian updating or functionality assessment or life cycle analysis. So we're talking quite a bit about complex problems and issues that relate to these complex problems, but tools to address them are, in my opinion, lacking. And because they're lacking, we have to actually start to think about models that allows us to intersect social, physical, ecological, economic systems in a way that makes us able to develop decisions that are actually effective. And I'm not arguing that every single model has to be complicated or that interface has always to be a complex interface. In some cases, it doesn't have to be. So maybe I'll give you a couple of thoughts or examples on maybe a simple versus a more complicated. So take, for example, the idea of an incoming hurricane with sea level rise that is going to hit your community. And you're interested in looking at how the physical system behaves, how damage will manifest itself in the community, and what the impact would be on the community, on people, on which social groups or demographics will be impacted more. This, I'm a structural engineer by training. I can tell you this is a straightforward exercise. And despite the fact that it's a straightforward exercise, it hasn't been done much. It has been done, but not to the level that you would think it should be. So that's number one. And that's an example of a straightforward idea of what that interface would look like. Another, what I would call also an obvious interface, but to my shocking surprise, it wasn't done at all. And the reason why I know it wasn't done is because when we started to do it, we didn't find anything in the literature. Take, for example, the sea level is rising. There's saltwater intrusion, and that saltwater intrusion makes its way into the groundwater. Now, the groundwater has chloride in it, and that rising groundwater, because the groundwater follows the sea level rise, hits your foundation from the bottom and causes tremendous deterioration to foundations. Now, every time you find somebody who's talking about hurricanes or talking about extreme events, they talk about damage from outside of the building, right? Which what we see, but that, what I would call slow death that we're not paying attention to, is very important. And there hasn't been any studies that looked at this. And when we looked at it, we found tremendous impact on marginalized communities in Mobile, Alabama. It's one of the areas we looked at. So these, again, that's, in my opinion, straightforward in the sense it's not difficult to do. It's tedious, it requires time, but somebody has to think about it, right? Now, there are examples of much more complex system interaction that we have no choice but to do it, because there's no other way to develop effective policies without this complex system interaction. So, for example, consider, for example, healthcare systems, which we're working quite a bit on healthcare systems. So, in order for you to model healthcare system functionality, you have to include what we call the 3 S's, space, staff, and supplies. And so, obviously, the staff is a social component of your element. The space is the physical system infrastructure, and the supplies. But when you talk about, for example, the physical system, the infrastructure, we're not just talking about a hospital building by itself. We have to look at all supporting infrastructure, power network, water network, transportation network, telecommunication network. And when we consider the staff, we're not just thinking of how many people are working at the hospital. We have to actually look at damage to their homes. Can they come to work or not? Can they actually drive to work because the transportation network is not functioning, right? If the homes are damaged, would they even stay in the community? And if the homes are not damaged, are the homes functional? Do they have power and water and so on? Do they have to move somewhere else? So it becomes a very complicated system. Even with the supplies, you need to look at supplies availability, not just medical supplies, but also food, contamination to food, for example. You know, I don't know if people know this, but Puerto Rico is essentially most of the production of the IV bags that we use in our hospitals in the mainland in the US are produced in Puerto Rico. So when Puerto Rico is hit by a hurricane, that impacts the IV bag supplies in the US. And not to mention another event that we get somewhere in the US, right, that compounds this lack of supplies. So it's a very complicated system, and we have to think about it this way. Education systems are very similar, by the way, and I'm not going to get into the education systems, but interdependencies between healthcare system and education system has not been looked at. And this is very critical. Without education system, people cannot send their kids to schools. And if you cannot send them to schools, they cannot go to work. So coupling of education system, in my personal opinion, with all other systems, period, is key to start to address some of these issues related to recovery. And of course, when you talk about the education system, there's a lot of complexities there as well. Again, I'm not arguing everything has to be complicated, but I'm saying we have to embrace this complexity when needed in order for us to develop these effective solutions that allows us to have these lever arms that we can play with, not only for physical infrastructure, but also for the social component of the functionality and resilience, and for the economic and so on. So I think there is a lot for us to do. Well, I don't think we're there yet. When people talk about, we have solutions, and we have some solutions we can implement, but we're absolutely far from finding the right solutions, and we need to just keep hammering this idea of complex system. Thanks a lot.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. That I really appreciate you bringing in those ideas of how do we have a resilience frame, focus on solutions, and specifically how do we analyze these communities that are really engulfed in complex systems and complex problems and have sort of a domino effect for the rest of the nation. So I look forward to hearing more examples of your intersectional approaches to marginalized communities or multiple communities. So next, we're going to hear from Jacoby. It's nice to meet you. I've seen a lot of the events that you've been in, and I think we've been on a couple of them together, and great to have you here. And really interested in hearing about your work, since it's focused on engaging and partnering with communities around issues of environmental justice and health, such as air quality and water quality. Many of these issues stem from historic and current racism. How do you think about the intersection of race, class, and other factors that result in disproportionate impacts of climate on health and well-being in many communities of color?
Yeah, thank you, and hopefully you can hear me all right. Sorry for being late. Murphy's Law, went to the wrong building. So I went to the other building. So I was on time there. I joked with the Lyft driver. So that's why you need to double and triple check, folks. So when you think about these issues, you know, I think you can't, at least in the U.S. context, and I have an undergraduate EJ Scholars program and a Climate Justice Fellows program, and we talked recently about, you know, you have to understand the social, cultural, and social political processes that drive, kind of these disproportionate impacts. And there could be overlapping processes across countries, but what are the things that undergird? What are the root causes? So if you think about, for me, the climate change, you cannot really get at addressing climate change without addressing racism, in my opinion. And so if you think about in the U.S. context, because of the history of, segregation, redlining, Jim Crow 1.0, 2.0, you can look at the founding of this country. I like to say in my lectures, the stolen lands of our indigenous brothers and sisters. One of the lands right now, I think the Piscataway people, and the stolen bodies of my African ancestors, right? That legacy still lives today. The panelists talked about Mobile. Y'all know Africatown and La Clotilda. That community is surrounded by industry. It's an example of what I call environmental slavery. So you were impacted by slavery, right? And then they're using that community to host these hazards they wouldn't put any other part of the Mobile, right? So that's an example of the connections, the legacy, historic racism and contemporary racism. We know the work of Shondas and others when it comes to red line and heat issues and urban heat islands, right? And how you see differential temperature levels in areas that are red line versus non-red line areas. We know the history of the Federal Highway Act and how those highways and byways were built through black and brown communities. So now you look at impervious surfaces, the amount of concrete and asphalt, and you wonder why some places stay hotter than other places. One of my colleagues, Dr. Lawrence Brown, wrote a book on Baltimore called The Black Butterfly. So those of you who know about Baltimore, from Baltimore, driven through Baltimore, the wings are hyper-segregated with folks of color. Okay, the body of the butterfly are primarily white, wealthy residents. So the hyper-segregated areas with folks of color, that's where you have lower home values, you have more lead cases, right? You have more air pollution, you have more issues with heat, you have more poverty, and so you can see the associations between, segregation and redlining and heat, poverty, health. There was a study done a few years ago by students from a college of journalism at University of Maryland on Baltimore, and a project called Code Red. And they went in and did community science and put up temperature sensors. And, we talk about the differences, in the butterfly wings versus the body when it comes to temperature, but even on the same block in some of the neighborhoods, just the power of one tree. They've shown that 20 degree to 30 degree differences in temperature when you have a tree. And y'all know trees are great for a lot of things: heat mitigation, stormwater mitigation, noise pollution mitigation, right? Air pollution mitigation, playability, mental health, etc. I like to go, and I know I don't have a lot of time, I talk about my own house where I have a micro farm. I grow stuff, growing food, having a food force, that's the important of those things. And if you think about, environmental justice and going to my fellow panelists about resiliency, Antonovsky talks about salutogenesis. So how they promote health, well-being, and wellness across all dimensions of the environment, built environment, natural environment, economic, social environment, political environment, the spiritual environment. If you really want to have a frame to address these issues in the communities I'm talking about, you really have to apply a salutogenic framework. Environmental justice framework is that. The 17 principles of environmental justice are really about the people, really driving change. One principle talks about self-determination. In those 17 principles, we talk about human rights, sustainability, Mother Earth, right? We talk about indigenous peoples. We talk about worker rights. That framework is very much a framework that will be very useful because it's very intersectional. And it gives you a comprehensive framework for actually having community-driven solutions. So we're going to address this issue of intersectionality, right? You really have to think about, I like to say that, climate change impacts all of us, but you may not believe in climate change, but it believes in you if you're poor, if you're black, if you're Latino, if you're Asian Pacific Islander, if you're indigenous, if you're living on the floodplain, right? If you have underlying health issues, if you're dealing with health disparities, if you don't have health insurance, if you're uninsured, if you don't have a lot of resources and infrastructure. Look at the Pope's encyclical. I'm gonna bring a little bit of religion in on climate change. That encyclical talks about climate change. Not really. It talks about the poor. There's really not a lot of use of the term climate change in encyclical. It talks about the poor. How do we uplift the poor? So the idea is, if you're going to address, climate change and the differential impacts from various climate hazards and perturbations, you have to prioritize those who are most vulnerable, right? And those who are most susceptible. That separates vulnerability from susceptibility, right? Susceptibility is intrinsic. So children and the elderly, susceptible populations. Vulnerable populations be those who have some extrinsic factors, economic and social vulnerability. So those of you in public health, we're talking about the social services health framework, right? So how do you address issues of transportation, unjust housing, right? unjust food systems. People are dealing with food apartheid. I'm going to use the word apartheid several times. Wait, just give me a second. Food apartheid, recreational apartheid, medical apartheid, right? Right? And that was exported from the States to South Africa. I'm from Mississippi, so we're talking about apartheid. I know apartheid-like systems, right? So you got pollution politics a part of the problem too. You got plantation politics. We're talking about societal changes. So politics, so where do the hazards go? Where did the landfill go? Why do all the landfills and incinerators, the chemical plants, the industrial hog farms, those of you in Eastern North Carolina, remember Hurricane Floyd and Hurricane Florence. For those of you who live down in Houston, Houston Ship Channel, why do all those petrochemical operations go into poor black communities, the poor Hispanic communities? Why do the mining operations impact our indigenous brothers and sisters? What's happening to low-income white brothers and sisters that deal in Appalachia when it comes to extraction? So you think about all these communities that are being impacted, intersectionality about power, right? How they've been disempowered, how they've been invisibilized by our policies. It's not by accident. For those of you who are planners, it's called planning, not accident, folks. It's not by accident. It's by design. So you think about these issues of how some communities, due to their race, due to their class, tend to be overburdened by these hazards. They have more risk when it comes to climate change. So we're going to address climate change. We're going to really get to resiliency. And I know I'll speak more about this. We actually have to move beyond resiliency too. Because do we expect these folks to always have to bounce back all the time? We have to do better. So how do we move beyond resiliency, using a solution framework, and really have an empowerment framework? Now, and the last point, when we talk about empowerment, not with an EM power, because we're not giving people power, helping them build power, helping them build their voice, helping them apply their voice. To make sure we have solutions that come from the people, that has to be the central focus if we're going to address climate change in the U.S. and abroad.
Great, thank you for that, and that amazing reminder about having that people-centered approach, and really understanding that if we want to tackle climate change, environmental justice, climate justice, we have to tackle the root causes, racism, and other historic disinvestments. As you mentioned before, it's not by coincidence or accident that these communities are always at the front lines of climate-induced disasters. It's because specifically urban planning by design and the historic disinvestment that has made these communities vulnerable. So thank you for that. And so we want to dig in a little bit more with some examples where you are providing some of these intersectional lens in practice that can make a concrete examples for our audience to understand what does an intersectional approach to climate change research and practice look like. So I'm going to be asking each of the panelists to talk a little bit from their own research experience on the ground, what that intersectional approach, again, moving away from these abstract notions of impact. Abstract notions or homogenization of communities to really understanding who are these people, putting a human face to these impacts. So we'll start with you first, Miriam. Thank you.
Sure. I guess I use intersectionality in sort of like thinking about scale, right? So when thinking about gender, again, I stress it's not, gender doesn't just occur on the ground in the global south, right? So when I look at gender and climate change, this is why I stress power relations around knowledge production, because there is gender relations everywhere. So this is why I focus in gender relations in science production, in climate policy, and on the ground, right? And then once you sort of like leave this essentialized narrative around gender and climate change, then you have like to sort of like really be intersectional, you need to incorporate race and class and sexuality. And in my work, this is why I use the decolonial framework, because it's, you know, it's feminist through and through, but the decolonial framework is very necessary because it really highlights how the world is not only divided by gender, but it's also divided by race. Right? So then if you want to understand, if you want to be intersectional using gender, you have to think about race, right? So if for instance, just like an example, I have one from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the responses from scientists there. And one of the research that I have conducted was a survey assessing women's participation and how they felt writing or being part of the report. And overall, like if you just look at the numbers, the statistics, I could have reported that most women or the majority of women think that it's great, right? That they feel represented and that they felt that they could talk. But once you sort of start digging in, once you also allow a different method of analysis, like more qualitative, once you sort of like allow a voice, you start seeing that that's not the case. There are many people that feel that they're not heard and they're not seen, and that's when, you know, their location starts coming up, their command of English, their race, their age starts coming up. So if you really want to say anything about any population, I mean, in a way, I think the category of women is just a very complicated one because there are so many other systems above sort of like gender that sometimes are more important in oppression than gender, right? So for instance, we can stay here in the United States, but white women, middle class, right? This was sort of like the second wave feminist movement. There was very little commonality with women of color in the United States, right? They were like, well, our problems are not that we're staying home and want like equal wage. Our problem is that we've always been working and there's no other option. So there's sort of, there has to be, in order to be intersectional, you have to talk about both, at least gender and race, and of course there's sexuality and all. But I'll stop here.
Agreed. That's some excellent examples of how to look at those complex issues within communities and populations. Hussam, would love to hear a little bit from your work.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is interesting, and I have a lot of thoughts on natural disasters and how they impact communities. But we you know, the Bring Back Mobile, which we looked into for some of our analysis. And this idea of looking at how sea level rise impacts the foundations of many homes. You know, for context, 50% of Mobile are African Americans, and definitely socially very vulnerable. We looked at the social vulnerability in Mobile, and we find that 44% of people in Mobile are age 65 and older and low income. So it's really not a good, you know, not a good situation for them. And that idea of sea level rise, we found that the majority of the impact impacts low income and vulnerable population, for sure. And interestingly, I was talking to one of the people in Mobile who's really, this guy is amazing. And he's white, for by the way, then, since we're talking about race, and I give him credit. And he's doing a lot of this without even getting paid. And he was telling me about some of the issues they're facing, talking about, you know, starting with the communities and what the communities have to say. And I was shocked to hear that one of the main issues that they look at now is that they have certain areas of Mobile that gets flooded all the time. And that flooding in that area causes a cemetery nearby to flood. And the bodies float that people have buried. And this is not something I've ever thought about. You know, as someone sitting in my office in Fort Collins thinking about, you know, how the power network interacts with the transportation and the water and so on. And here's somebody telling me bodies are floating on the surface. And so I was talking to him and I said, well, this is a very simple civil engineering problem. An undergraduate student at any university should be able to crunch the number and come up with some sort of design that says, this is how you guys should mitigate this problem. And he said, nobody's helping us. So starting from the community, starting from the people to understand what their needs are, not necessarily, and this is a very important issue, not necessarily looking for them to provide solutions. The solutions have to be acceptable for the communities. They have to actually look at the solution and say, yes, we can do this. This is acceptable for us. But we need to listen to them to understand the issues. And we can start with this sort of ground level information from the communities to be able to build these sophisticated models that allows us to develop, you know, solutions that are not necessarily intuitive. Otherwise, people would have done it already. And then say, hey, look, these are the solutions, right? And I think doing it this way to understand the complexity of how different systems interface, giving the need of the community is very important. But another example related to this, we actually looked at healthcare system in Mobile. And to your surprise, we ran Hurricane Katrina with sea level rise. We found that hospitals in Mobile in general are not near the coast, actually. They have like 36 hospitals, and healthcare is quite a big sort of industry there. Not too many hospitals were impacted. And interestingly, the impact on the non-vulnerable or social non-vulnerable was higher. So I think we have to do this together. We have to look at marginalized people, but we have to also look at non-marginalized. They depend on each other. Somebody who's well off, who has a factory of some sort, and if that gets smacked and he or she would have to leave the community, then the socially vulnerable don't have places to go to work. We cannot just look at one group and leave the other. We understand that people are being marginalized, but we have to look at the whole community in order for us to develop system-level solutions that work for everybody and keeps everybody safe.
Great. Well, thank you for those points, and I really appreciate you bringing in this idea of community engagement and collaborations as researchers and the research questions and putting communities at the forefront of not only identifying the problems, but being active participants in the solutions and having those community voices integrated into the work that we do, and that we engage with the policymakers at the same time to implement those solutions. Shakobi, next we'd like to end this question with you on your perspectives of intersectionality and working with diverse communities.
Yeah, I like your last comment about community engagement. I could talk, I'm not sure how much more time we have. I could whine about, just talk about that a lot. So I think when you look at the work that we do a lot. So I do way too much stuff, y'all. That's part of the reason why I need to be spoon-fed. Like, where's the location again? but just too much is going on. So I've been doing a lot of work on the air quality side, building hyperlocal air quality monitoring networks. So what we usually do, there are communities that are dealing with air pollution issues. Of course, there's greenhouse gas associated with that, and also heat issues associated with that as well. So we have these networks. We're using Purplewares. I know some of you may use a Purpleware sensor for a particular matter. It's not the best sensor. It's a signal grade sensor. It's not a federal reference method, but it provides opportunity, at least as a starter sensor, to give folks and understanding what they've been exposed to. And we actually have captured some of the wildfire smoke too with our network, and then done report back to our community partners. And so, we build these partnerships and we build these networks in collaboration with community. We train residents to be community scientists so they know how to use the sensors, they can deploy the sensors right, and also check. We do a lot of co-location for calibration purposes. So a lot of technical stuff, y'all, but I think that's an important way to bring in communities, and we're working with people across age ranges. So we work with youth. We're doing a monitoring at some of the Prince George's County high schools. We have some Latino youth that we've engaged in the past in air quality monitoring. As I mentioned before, we have an undergraduate EJ Scholars Program, so we're engaging folks who come from various communities, different racial ethnic backgrounds, who come from these communities, and they're learning about these projects. From a religion perspective, we have a project where we're doing air quality monitoring with the AME Church, United Church of Christ. One of my long-term partnerships, again, bringing in religion as well, and also looking at the intersection of race, class, and religion. We're working with a Muslim group, Black Muslim group in Charleston. I've worked with them since 2007. They're the Low Country Alliance for Model Communities. The Port of Charleston, think about goods movement, greenhouse gases. Think about all the goods movement issues, y'all, in the country that we have, whether it be airports, coastal ports, river ports, warehouses, intermodal facilities, and the greenhouse gas emissions and impacts from those. So been working with them for a long time. So we really do a lot of work to get tools into the hands of the community. And I said before, we do empowerment science. So we help build capacity so communities can do their own work. We also have developed some screening tools. Some of y'all may be familiar with US EPA EJ Screen or CEQ's Climate Economic Justice Screening Tool. We developed a Maryland EJ Screen tool. We built a Climate Equity Health Mapping tool for the state of Maryland. We built a Park Equity Mapping tool for the state of Maryland. We're building a climate equity mapping tool for the Region 3 to EPA. We've also worked with the National Academies on their grand challenges, their Climate Communities Network, probably talk about that in another session, and help to do some mapping there. So mapping tools, what we call public participatory GIS, PPGIS, is a big thing that we do as well. In addition, we've done a lot of photo voice with communities. Again, another way to bring in qualitative data, photo voice that can collect data on stormwater impacts, right? Also looking at food justice issues. So it's a set of tools that we can use to empower communities, collect data related to climate issues, and then use that data to inform policy. And I'll say this last point because I know it looks like we're out of time. So last point, We also, because you said it, engage policymakers. We work with communities. I'm a co-founder of the Mid-Atlantic Justice Coalition, Delaware, DC, Maryland, Virginia, Delaware, DC, Maryland, Virginia, primarily. We haven't got to Pennsylvania, West Virginia yet, or not New Jersey yet, but we're trying to. But we work with our legislators on bills. So we take a lot of the data to inform bills. So we work with community on these issues, and we work with legislators on bills and on policy. So I'll stop there, but I think that's the structure, and that's replicable, and that's scalable, what I just outlined on those multiple projects.
Thank you for that. Such exciting and important and significant work you're doing across sectors, from academia, teaching, to working with community partners, and of course, policy makers. So thank you for that work. And I think we have about 10 minutes left. Oh, 20 minutes. Okay, perfect. So then I'm going to ask one more question, and then we're going to go to audience in person and online. So we're here today with these two-day event to launch the National Academies Climate Crossroads initiative. And each of you provide an important perspective as scholars and experts and community advocates as well on integrating climate change research and action with diverse voices and community perspectives. As the National Academies rolls out this new initiative across the various academies to engage communities, what type of advice would you give the president of the National Academies, as well as the advisory committee and all the program officers? Let's start with Hussam first.
So yeah, that's actually not an easy question. So I guess you could make recommendations for internally within the academies in terms of how the academy functions and how they seek to perhaps look deeper into the climate issues, but and also externally. And I'll start with internally first. And I think the academies are, in my personal opinion, having been observing, the different workshops and different convening they have been that have been taking place. The academy is doing a great job interfacing different programs within the academies. And I think that's important when we talk about complex societal issues, and you can't just work in silos even within the academies. And that's happening. Not to the level that I think it should be at, but it definitely it's heading in that direction, which seems that that's where they want to go. Underground with communities, I think it's critical that to engage with the communities first. Define the problems. There's a lot of workshops and convening and summits and things like that. Engage with communities to define the problems, what their needs are, and then establish maybe discussions around these. I know that in some of the programs within the National Academies have funding for research, maybe surveys or things like that. Even conduct massive surveys across different states and communities to look at a specific issue. So for example, if you look hypothetically at the healthcare issue, right? What are the main elements or main components that people are considering when they talk about healthcare and climate change, or health disparities and climate change? And if you have surveys that would go out and collect feedback from communities, that would actually inform some of these complex models that I was talking about. And I'll tell you how we started, because we didn't start with the community. We went online, we looked at all the news articles that talks about dysfunctional healthcare or problems, and so we collected all these online news articles that tell you what the main issues are, and we started to take these little pieces and build our model with it. So maybe we can do better if we can go to the communities from the beginning and ask them what was the main issue with your hospital or system. I found out later that one of the main problems with hospitals in flooding events is actually the basement flooding, because the basement is where the laundry machines are. And if you don't have any laundry, then you shut down, because obviously everything has to be clean. So let's start there with communities and then build it up. And I think the National Academies have a major role to help with that.
Great. Next, go to Shakobi.
Yeah, so do not reinvent the wheel. Please don't do that. There are a lot of folks, I was part of a group with the Association of Schools of Public Programs, and we did a framework on climate and health. And a big part of that framework is talking about research, training and practice. And, I'm on the more the action side, the more the practice side. So that community engagement, I think it's on the practice side. There's a lot of infrastructure that's already out there. And I think it's important to engage with that infrastructure. So you think about Some of the associations that are out there, like the American Public Health Association, their infrastructure. You have AGU, American Geophysical Union, their infrastructure. They're doing some work in the space. Speaking about a lot of President Biden's Executive Order 14608, as we move from dirty energy economy to a clean energy economy, 40% of those benefits should go to disadvantaged communities. That's like the Justice 40 framework. There's other, of course, executive orders on climate change. A lot of that has led to new dollars and more infrastructure out there, right? So, for example, you have the environmental finance centers. You may know about them, you may not. They're doing a lot of work to provide financing to expand access to sewer and water infrastructure. So you think about that's a big deal, talking about infrastructure. You look at the EPA's TIC-TAC program, Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Center, TCTAC. I'm the co-director of the Region 3 TIC-TAC of the EPA. That's infrastructure that you can engage with. Waverly Street Foundation, other founders like Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and many others, Kresge, they're funding a lot of climate action hubs, community-based hubs, community climate partnerships. So connect to the infrastructure that's already out there, and then bring additional resources or expertise to fill the gap in those infrastructures. And then as it relates to the federal family, of course, there's a lot of work happening, as I said earlier, at the federal family level. So how can you be an asset, an ally to the federal family as they implement, develop their climate change program, doing that modeling? So whether it be NOAA, whether it be FEMA, whether it be EPA, Health and Human Services, there's a lot of opportunity to engage with the family as well, and being, a partner in that work.
And then we'll end this question with Miriam.
I guess I would say that science is not neutral, and science has been constructed by power relations, and while it can mitigate and help us adapt to climate change, it can also exacerbate difference. Like historically, science has been extremely violent toward women and people of color. And so if in this sort of era of technology and technocratic solutions toward fixing societal problems, if we're not, it's not about remembering, because these structures are continuing today, but if we just pretend that science is neutral, that's one of, I think, the first issues. And this is why I take a little bit of a step back when we're talking about the difference between knowledge between communities and scientists, because I think that communities are knowledge producers, right? So there's some value there in trying to think about what would it mean if we put both types of knowledges on the same platform, right? Just because you don't have the resources that scientists might have in a lab or doesn't mean that their knowledge is more valuable. I think what needs to be assessed here is, why is their knowledge more valuable, and why is that sort of the legitimate way of knowing, right? And when we're thinking about who's the scientist, we think of the normative image that comes to mind, right? Like when I tell you scientists, right, maybe I think most of us might think of a white Western male. So I think it's really pushing back against who's the knowledge producer and how we're legitimating that, and how we're not pushing back against who's allowed to know, who's allowed to be the subject, and who is the object. Then it will be very difficult to resolve the crisis.
Thank you for that. Quite important to understand that having diverse knowledges on these committees and these processes, actively centering these communities is quite important. And also acknowledging the work that we do. Many of us work in the communities, and we talked about this yesterday a little bit. The academy, our schools oftentimes don't value this type of work. It takes longer. It's a heavier lift as scholars to engage in this work, and changes need to be made to continue to support this and ensure that many of our universities are able to facilitate some of this work and be pushing the envelope as well. So we have about 10 minutes left, so I have more questions, but I'd like to give the audience a chance to ask our esteemed panel some direct questions. So the person right here in red.
Yes. Oh, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Hi. My name is Renee Collini. I'm with the Gulf Center for Equitable Climate Resilience, and I've been working on applied applying climate science work and specifically climate resilience in the Mississippi and Alabama Gulf Coast for the past 15 years. So I was excited to hear a lot of examples from that region. One of the things that jumped out at me, though, was your comment about the need for more tools and models. And so working on the ground, that is the opposite of what we've been told. People do not want more tools. I actually built a tool for climate resilience tools called Gulftree just to help as a demand from our partners to help them sift through what knowledge exists and how it can be applied. And so I'm curious if y'all could speak to the intersection of diversity, equity, power dynamics in science delivery and making sure that we're not just turning to let's produce a model or a tool and throw it out there, and how that all comes together.
Yeah, and in general, I would wholeheartedly agree with you that there's a really good number of models and tools out there. I'm not obviously I'm not in a position to assess every single one of these tools, but I can tell you that, and I can understand completely why communities say that, because there's a lot of tools, but has anything happened or changed? Absolutely not. We still have the same disproportional impact. We still have the same level of damage. We still have the same problems, and they haven't seen anything improve. So if I was them, I'd say I don't want any more tools. That's actually absolutely a valid point. But I can tell you from the work I do, we absolutely have almost none. So I can even elaborate further. The impact of extreme events on the built environment is very poorly understood. You believe it or not, the only hazard that we understand really well is actually earthquakes. Beyond that, we don't have a really good understanding of how extreme events impact the built environment. I would say after earthquakes, maybe wind, sustained wind, for example. Tornadoes are not well understood that much. Hurricanes, a little bit. Wildfires, none. There is absolutely nothing that will tell you. And I'm not talking about even interfacing different layers of social infrastructure, so just damage to the built environment. There's nothing that tells you, aside from recent work that I'm familiar with, because we've done it. We just received a very, very large grant to push that work further. We can now tell which building will be damaged in a wildfire event. But aside from that work that we started, there was nothing. So communities can say we don't want any more tools because they're not seeing any change. But in reality, we need more tools that allows us to understand how the impact would manifest on the community and what is the best way to actually develop solutions. Because when we don't have resources, it's not, we can't just, we don't have the money to apply solutions. And wildfire is a very important, actually one I'll mention really quickly. The reason why wildfire are very important is that when you actually mitigate one building or remove a tree somewhere, that impacts the risk to another building or tree few blocks down the road. And if people say, I don't want any more, models, is because they're frustrated with what they see. But without a model that can tell you what happens when you harden the structure, move this tree, what happens to the whole community, you can make decisions. So your point is really well taken.
And I was hoping we could move past maybe the making of the tool to the other space, because Field of Dreams really hurt us. If you build it, they will not come. That is not how that works. And so how do we make sure that as our science and our knowledge advances, how do we deliver that in an equitable and empowered way?
Yeah, it has to be done equitably, and we have to do it with the community. We have to. We can present them with solutions based on a very complex model, but they have to accept it. But I agree. Yeah.
Let me jump in because I know we're getting low on time. So I think the communication part is really important. I'm gonna say this one point, and I'm gonna say something that's probably bad, but I'm gonna say one point. So I'm an editor-in-chief of the Journal of Environmental Justice. We finally got an impact factor. Whoopee. Okay. For me, when it comes to science communication, in the words of Yoda, peer-reviewed publication is not science communication make. So if you're going to communicate science and really have impact, you got to take that information from the tools that actually communicate in a way that actually has impact. The best way to communicate is not a peer-reviewed publication. It's directly talking to the decision maker. So I think that's part of the problem. The tools that have been used, we're not actually, the advocacy and organizing to have the impact and the fit for purpose of the tools, and the organizing, advocacy, and communication to get the impact is what's missing. And that's why you have a lot of frustration, particularly in communities I work with. So I know we get low on time, so I'll stop there.
I think that was an excellent answer. Thank you for that. We'll go here. I think you have an online question, or is it your question?
Andy Revkin, not online.
Okay.
I've been writing about this stuff since the 1980s, mostly for the New York Times. My biggest mistake was writing all my stories about climate change and not about climate risk, meaning putting risk in the foreground. And I was on the committee helping to design the pathway to this initiative. I wanted to get your reaction, the panelists, because this is a fantastic panel, and it really reveals to me, the importance of going forward at this crossroads
Right.
to centering on climate risk. There actually should have been an intergovernmental panel on climate risk, with climate change being one driver of risk. And I just want to get your sense of that. You remind me so much of the work of Destiny Knock at Carnegie Mellon, who from Arizona to Pittsburgh has shown that energy poverty, for example, which can come from lack of even fossil fuel energy, people who are poor, households who are poor, turn off their air conditioners or leave them off, and they die quicker than people who are not poor. So if you start with risk and trying to make it an intersectional conversation around climate change, to me feels like it misses the simplicity that comes from starting with risk. Risk is the hazard, heat, flood, whatever, times exposure, how many people, and factoring in their vulnerability, susceptibility, or resilience. So I just want to get your sense of whether that, if you, for the next 10 years, if you wanted to focus on policy information, informing policy, would you start with climate change, wedging in these other things, or would you start with climate risk?
I know we're low on time. I'll say real quickly, focus on differential climate risk. And I was in the EPA workshop a few months ago. We talked about climate communications. And it was and a big part of it is, how do you tell the narrative that's a positive narrative? The world is going to end. If you're already dealing with environmental justice being poisoned every day, that doesn't help me out. Give me some mitigation, give me some solutions. So talk about risk, but bring in mitigation, solutions, and some hope in your narrative. I'll stop there.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point, to move away just from problems to a solution-based approach, and then really enjoying the change in the news media about solutions-oriented journalism as well.
I'm asking a slightly different question. So it ends up being about solutions to climate change, not solutions to
But you reduce
vulnerability.
risk. The solution is how you reduce risk, and to reduce the risk, you have to still get the root causes. Your example is still getting at the root causes. So you have to address racism, you have to address the social determinants of health. You can't address the symptoms. We're doing stuff on the surface. You got to get to the root cause. To get to the root causes is harder to do, right?
Can I just offer a quick comment on this? This is a great point. And wildfire is a perfect example when you look at it. When you look at communities and we don't understand how the probability of ignition interfaces with vulnerability to give you the risk that you're talking about. So for example, you have a community that probability of ignition is very high, right? Because there's a lot of heat and there's a lot of human activity, but the fire is not going anywhere. There's no wind, homes are spaced apart, there's very little vegetation, risk is very low, right? Why should we worry? That's not how we look at things now. Because as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, we're focused primarily on the hazard. We're not focused on how the hazard interfaces with the exposure and so on, and to determine risk. And you might have a community where ignition probability is very low, but if it starts, the whole community is gone, right? So we need to look more into risk and to be able to develop these effective policies to lower the risk. Yeah, great point.
Great, thank you. And I think we have time for one more quick question.
The question is, and I thank you for the panel, I want to take the intersectionality one step further. And I like the reference to Pope Francis's Laudato Si on Care for Our Common Home encyclical. He talked about integral ecology. We can't talk about just the environment or just people. We have to be talking about everything together, the systems. And I want to find out what is the role, or what's the perceived role or future role or current role of the Climate Crossroads Initiative and academia in general in helping us address the problem of livelihoods. And I have a couple of examples. One is, if we see any documentary on Amazonia, after oohing and eyeing of all the beautiful, wondrous stuff, inevitably towards the end, there's a dude with a chainsaw cutting it all down. He's not doing it out of malice. He's trying to make a livelihood. Currently, in the Colombian Amazon where I work, the people I work with have been having trouble selling their fish because the narco market is down. People aren't buying as much coca for a variety of reasons. And because the narco trafficking is collapsing momentarily, the whole economy is collapsing. So the question really comes down to what is the role of academy in addressing that central problem of livelihoods, that central problem of resources. I'm thinking also, Dr. Marcia talked about how she has solar panels and batteries because she owns her home, and the person next door to her doesn't own their home, and therefore they get $250 monthly energy bills while she has a $50 a year bill. And Dr. Raj yesterday mentioned A sign of gentrification is a new house that has solar panels and a Tesla. So again, it comes down to the question of what is our role in addressing that question of livelihoods, that flow of resources. I was asked by somebody, "Oh, isn't your NGO just creating another dependency?" And in recent days, I've thought, "Oh, you mean as opposed to the dependency on narco trafficking?"
Sure. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that's an interesting question. We're just about time, but maybe someone can comment this issue about livelihood, maybe the just transition kind of framework. I'm not sure if anyone.
Yeah. So I know we're out of time. So really powerful question.
Yes.
I think, again, the social determinants of health, economic determinants of health is really important. I mean, environmental justice at its heart is the economic justice movement. When Dr. King was assassinated, when he was in Memphis, think about the sanitation worker strike. He was moving to a poor people's campaign. Reverend Barber has continued the poor people's campaign. We have to address economic opportunity structures, and with the Justice 40 initiative and just energy transition, not just people going to lose their fossil fuel jobs, that's just an example, but what about people who have never been able to get in the fossil fuel, economy? But for those who are getting the clean energy infrastructure, how we can make sure we can benefit, and that the communities who've been dumped on, extracted from, they should deserve it. They should get the clean energy stuff first. So those at the front line should be at the front of the line with those investments, and this is a U.S. context, but creating opportunity, creating energy sovereignty. That should be the framework when it comes to clean energy sovereignty, to move away from fossil fuels and also across a supply chain. And I think that will lead to some of these economic justice and deal with, as we talked before, that long-term economic inequality that we see in the country that has to be part of the multi-pronged approach and emphasizing we have to get to economic equality. So I'll stop there. No, we're over time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for this amazing panel. I think we've really pushed the envelope of being a little bit more explicit about what an intersectional and justice-oriented approach to climate change should entail. So thank you for this opportunity, and I'll turn it over to Amanda, who will give instructions about the breakout sessions happening next. Thank you.
Wow, what a great panel. I really wish you guys could keep talking for like another hour. And I know there were questions we didn't get to. Please put your comments in the Slido. We'd love to capture those thoughts and bring them into the conversation in that way. All right, so we're going to move to our breakout sessions now. For those of you online, I went too far. Let me go back one. Can we go back one? There we go. For those of you online, we invite you to continue to share your thoughts through the Slido. We're inviting you to share comments around major challenges, barriers, and opportunities on our different pathways to action. So just, if you could do us a favor of labeling your comments, that will allow us to kind of sort it and make sure we're directing those to the right members of our team. And then for those of you in person, we're going to have 4 breakout sessions, 1 for each of our pathways. I put the map up here to show you where you can go. And I think there's another one here that maybe, oh, this is for the 2nd floor, is that right? Okay, I'm gonna go back. So for those of you who would like to go to the Accelerating Decarbonization conversation, that's gonna be in room 125. You can see it's the blue diamond there. So you go out of the auditorium through the Great Hall, continue to the left and to the end of the building and take another left there. The Thriving Ecosystem panel is going to be on the 2nd floor. So you're going to have to go out of the auditorium to the right through the Great Hall. There'll be an elevator on the right. You go up 1 floor and then head to the right off of the elevator. The Climate Resilient Communities, which I'm thinking we need to rename this the Thriving Communities pathway after the conversations we've been having here. That one is going to be in the lecture room. So we were there yesterday for the showcase and networking session. Again, out of the auditorium to the left. And then the Climate Change, Human Health, and Equity, we invite you to join us in the members room on the 1st floor, out of the auditorium, all the way down to the right, and then take a left, and that'll take you to the members room. And with that, we look forward to seeing and hearing all of the conversation in the breakout sessions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
everyone. We're just going to wait one more minute for the rest of the audience to fill in, and then we'll get started. All right, so we're going to get going. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Evan Michelson. I am a program director overseeing the Energy Environment Program at the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, which is based in New York City. And I'm really pleased and excited to moderate this panel and looking forward to the conversation that we're about to have among the four panelists here, everyone here in person, and everyone online around emerging challenges and opportunities. So this is a truly big, exciting, and forward-looking topic, one that involves bringing together insights from different perspectives and cutting-edge social and technological innovations. As we've heard over the course of the past 2 days, technology and society are both changing rapidly and incorporating new discoveries and ways of understanding into the climate solution space can pave the way for innovative mitigation and adaptation solutions that we're all interested in seeing realized. So in this session, we are going to be exploring a variety of new ideas and interventions and discuss their potential and their associated challenges. And there really is no group better positioned to provide us with these insights than the panel assembled here today. I'm really excited about this, and we're all in for a treat. So I'm going to start by introducing each panelist. We have Angel Su, professor at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and director of the Data-Driven Enviro Lab. Next, we have Kathy Wotecki, professor at Iowa State University and formerly chief scientist and undersecretary for research, education, and economics at USDA. We then have Mike Vandenberg, professor at Vanderbilt University and director of the Climate Change Research Network. And at the end, we have Marcus Extever, chief climate solutions officer at Time CO2. So similar to the panels that we've had over the course of the conference, each of our speakers will offer brief opening remarks to help get us started. Then we'll have a conversation among ourselves, followed by substantial time for Q&A with the audience, both in person and online. Again, for all of you that are tuning in virtually, we encourage you to submit questions in the Slido box below the live stream at any point in the session, and we will have National Academies staff help to feed those questions into the discussion here. So why don't we get started? So Angel, I'm going to turn to you first. And as someone that's worked at the intersection of data innovation and public policy, and you've also been involved in preparing the IPCC report, can you share with us a little bit about your work and especially how new data tools are enabling larger groups of actors to collaborate on climate solutions?
Well, thanks so much, Evan, for that question. And thanks so much to the National Academy for inviting me here today. And I just want to say congratulations on the Climate Crossroads program. It's been an invigorating last 2 days, and I've been so inspired by the diversity of voices and perspectives. And as an academic, we are siloed, and I think many people brought up that point in the course of the 2 days. And so it's really nice to be able to step outside and to reach across disciplines, because I think that's absolutely what's needed in order to tackle a super wicked problem like climate change. So I just want to commend the academies for having this conversation and for being included. I've also, in the course of the 2 days, have been really encouraged by the conversation for the need to engage private sector actors. And so I'm particularly, I think you have the coolest title out of anyone. Chief Climate Solutions Officer. I think that's amazing, because we do need to engage the private sector in a really meaningful way, as well as local solutions. So everyone's been talking about the need to co-design, co-produce local solutions, and this is exactly where my research lies. And so for the IPCC, the latest assessment report, I contributed to Working Group 3 on mitigation solutions. And it was the first time we were able to establish this evidence base for what businesses can do, what subnational governments can contribute, what individuals, financial institutions, and helping, and this is what Mike refers to as the private mitigation wedge. And I know you're going to talk more about that, because that's a huge question in terms of if we think about the emissions gap and all of the action, the implementation, ambition, gaps left by national governments, how can we really bridge that? And so my research has really been trying to understand and develop data and new models for quantifying those contributions in a way that resonates with scientists and policymakers. And so it was really encouraging that in several of the chapters, chapter 4, chapter 5 on demand, and I know Mike is going to talk about the behavioral wedge, and also 8 and 13, we were able to actually quantify this contribution and the ability of new actors to bridge the space. And so what we found was really encouraging. Right now, if you go to the UN Global Climate Action Portal, this is the UN's own showcasing of what all these businesses and subnational actors are doing. There's something like 15,000 private businesses, more than 1,600 investors, now close to 12,000 subnational governments that are pledging their own voluntary emission reduction targets, often exceeding that of national governments. And they're providing financing, capacity building, knowledge diffusion, and in many times they can experiment with riskier policies that are much more tricky to implement at the national scale. So carbon pricing, emissions trading. And so it represents a huge growing movement and huge potential to help us seek new opportunities for breaking the impasses that we often see stalemating national governments and really making substantial, ambitious progress on climate action. And so you asked about data, and that's also, I think, a new possibility that I'm hoping we can dive into, particularly in the course of this conversation. That has allowed us to be able to actually quantify and contribute to this evidence base of what these different actors are doing and the size of this private mitigation wedge. And so what we've been doing is convening scientists and policymakers, practitioners, and a lot of the actor networks themselves. So there are networks of businesses that are pledging climate action and transnational networks of cities that are working together to tackle climate change. So we've collected data on what all these different actors are doing and developed new models using the same IPCC scenarios that are measuring current efforts of national governments. And what we found is that just the tip of the iceberg, so looking at the 10 largest emitting economies, if we look at 6,000 private actors on top of 6,000 subnational governments, 2,000 companies, that can lead to an additional 1 to 2 gigatons in 2030 on top of what national governments have pledged. And that may not sound like a lot. It's only about 4% of global total emissions or Japan and Canada's annual emissions. But that's really, I think, just gives a slice of the potential for if we engage these other actors, if we bring them on board, if they're part of the conversation, what we can achieve by way of this private or even non-state actor mitigation wedge. So I think that's really encouraging. But I will caveat that this is like the best case scenario. And we've been hearing a lot about deep decarbonization pathways and scenarios and modeling. And I will say when we did the modeling, it was the best case scenario. If all of these private businesses are not greenwashing, they're not just saying that they're going to do something and decarbonize, but then actually following through, and there's no kickbacks or no reversal of climate action or these negative interactions that happen. That's what we're modeling. But I think in reality, and this in my many conversations in the course of the 2 days, what I think this initiative can really help us to better achieve is to apply a social science lens onto those pathways and to this implementation potential to say, okay, well, we need to ask the hard questions of what if you do have negative interactions? What if you do have entrenched fossil fuel interests that can work and counteract some of that great intention and potential set by private businesses? And so that's what I would encourage the Climate Crossroads to do, is to really think hard about how we can start to apply the social science lens to understand under what conditions are we actually going to realize these potentials. How can subnational and non-state actors cooperate, collaborate with national governments in productive ways to even go beyond what the models are currently showing? And so I think that's what I would encourage here. And we can use new data, and I'm happy to talk about that in a little bit, to actually measure and to be able to evaluate those contributions in a new way. So I think that's the potential here, is with the Academy being able to convene and bring together diverse groups of stakeholders and people who can ask and interrogate these models and these data sets. I think that's what's really needed.
That's great. Thank you. So Kathy, you have extensive background that cuts across many of the solution spaces and topic areas that were outlined in the session discussion: agriculture, biomanufacturing, especially work on health and the intersection with climate change. Can you give us a sense of the feasibility of some of these interventions and some of the more promising pathways forward?
Sure, I'd be happy to. And like Angel, I share her excitement about the potential for this Climate Crossroads initiative. And I'm happy to talk to you a bit from my vantage point, which is largely couched in food agricultural systems. and some of the challenges and opportunities that they present to us. So when we think about these agricultural systems, they're huge. They encompass croplands and rangelands, freshwater and saltwater aquaculture, the confined animal feeding operations that are used in the developed countries for swine and poultry production, increasingly marginal lands that are being brought into production for food purposes as well as for the production of industrial feedstocks. Agroforestry, the combination of croplands along with trees and forestry itself. So it's, you know, an incredibly wide array of ecosystems. And these systems are producing so many things that are essential for human populations. Food, feed for our animals, fiber, cotton, flax for clothing purposes, fuel, and again, those industrial feedstocks for the emerging bioeconomy and circular economy. So these systems are also major contributors of global greenhouse gases and contributing about 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. And they're within those 4 value chains that are responsible for 2/3 of the greenhouse gas production. The beef, milk, rice, and maize. And if you add in wheat and swine and poultry, these 7 value chains are accounting for about 80% of emissions. So it makes sense, you know, to concentrate our efforts on these major emitters of greenhouse gases. Second point that I'd like to make is that changes to agricultural systems and consumers' food behaviors can make really major contributions to carbon sequestration and also to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's clear that if we're going to meet those Paris Agreement goals of limiting temperature increase to 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial levels, that we really need to make major changes in these agricultural production systems, as well as in food processing, and again, in consumer behavior. And there are several analyses that have demonstrated that attaining net zero emissions in global food systems can be achieved, and they can be achieved by mid-century, but it means that a number of actions, many different actions across all of these diverse sectors of the economy need to be undertaken. Implementation of low emissions interventions that also improve the efficiency of production in these key sectors like beef and rice and milk. Promotion of carbon sequestration through agroforestry, as well as applying biochar to soils and improving crop and pasture management. We were talking about that in one of the sessions, breakout sessions, right before lunch. Reducing people's livestock-based protein consumption, as well as, while doing that, shifting to more plant-based protein sources. And there are many different models. It doesn't have to be synthetically derived protein. It can be from vegetable sources, and many traditional diets are good examples of plant-based high-protein diets. Enhancing the energy efficiency for storing and processing food, transporting it, packaging and retailing, and deploying new technologies, things like methane capture, livestock feed additives to reduce their methane emissions, new breeds of livestock that will be more efficient in their feed transformations, as well as, again, building the circular economy in which we're moving off of petroleum and using more feedstocks from renewable sources. But in doing all of that, we also need to remember that a health promoting diet, so if we're interested in the health of the population as well as the health of the environment, it's built on more than these 7 major commodities. Lots of fruits and vegetables have to be incorporated into that diet. Another point is that society is really making huge demands on agricultural systems to meet our consumer demand for food and fiber and the economy. And these are essentially that we need to be producing more of all of these agricultural products with less inputs, less land, less water, less fertilizer, less chemicals. A second demand is that we need to be producing more while farmers are having to respond to climate change that is producing much more unpredictable weather patterns and leading to long-term droughts in some areas, so decreasing and making much more uncertain their livelihoods. And then also these systems we look to create recreational opportunities. It's nice to be outside and to enjoy being in a beautiful environment. So I just wanted to highlight 2 gaps briefly, and then some opportunities that I see that are both challenges and within them then opportunities. One of the gaps is in global agricultural productivity. The gains that we need in agricultural productivity to meet all of those demands that we're putting on the system. And then the second is the gap in mitigation strategy implementation. We know what some of those pathways are, we're just slow in adopting them. So I'm going to weave in some opportunities to address both of these gaps. Each October at the World Food Prize event, there is a report that's produced by a group that's now at Virginia Tech that provides an update that's called the GAP report. But in this case, GAP doesn't mean the gap that we think of, but it means the Global Agricultural Productivity Report. But it's also a GAP report because last year's report showed that the global agricultural productivity growth recently that we've been having has been in a steep decline. And Dr. McNutt referred to that yesterday in her opening comments. If we're to achieve the sustainable agricultural production to produce that food and all of those other things that we're asking of agricultural systems by mid-century, we need to keep increasing agricultural productivity growth by 1.7% annually. And over this past decade, from 2011 to 2020, global agricultural productivity grew at an average of only 1.1%. And that's in comparison to the decade from 2000 to 2010, when agricultural productivity growth was increasing at 1.99%, so almost 2% per year. So there is a gap. We're falling off of the trajectory that we need to be on in order to produce all of this to meet our food and fiber and other commodity needs. So the second gap is, again, that slow uptake in greenhouse gas mitigation strategies. And although the technologies exist, implementation uptake has been slow. So some of the positives are there are global leaders who are making commitments, both in the public and the private sectors. And some examples of that are the Global Methane Pledge, the UN Forum on Sustainability Standards, and the Science-Based Targets Initiative. We're also seeing big advances in the biomanufacturing sphere, and I've mentioned the plant-based and cell-cultured meats that are currently darlings, but of the venture capital sector, but the promise of them still remains to be fully achieved. Cost is too high compared to the natural alternatives. And we've also had in the US the passage of a couple of laws that have resulted in a big infusion of funds with the IRA with 19.5 billion going to USDA for climate smart agriculture programs, and the CHIPS and Science Act providing authorization, although not fully appropriated, for funding for scale up on biomanufacturing facilities for the developmental stage of those, as well as further research. So just briefly, some barriers and opportunities: the cost of implementation, the institutional and technical capacity and lack of farmer education globally that's analogous to the kind of extension programming we have here in the US, the need for governance, finance, research, and technical assistance, especially in low and middle income countries. You're going to talk more about finance, I hope, public and private sources of capital, consumer behavior as far as the adoption of changes to diets that we know are needed both for the climate as well as for their long-term health, the reduction of waste within household use of foods and more broadly within the system, and also acceptability of new products that are the result of genetic engineering and CRISPR technologies. And lastly, I wanted to end once again and just reinforcing how diverse these agricultural ecosystems are, the numbers of players that are involved. In the US alone, 2 million farmers that we're asking to adopt major changes in the way that they're producing food, as well as the educational levels and the whole social and governmental situations in which these farming systems are. So huge challenges, all of them represent opportunities.
That's really interesting. For someone who doesn't know a whole lot about food and agriculture, that was sort of a master class in diagnosing the problem and outlining the solutions. I'm going to pick up on one thread there as we turn to Mike, is around this question of behavioral interventions, both sort of on the individual side and potentially also on the private sector side. So many of the kinds of interventions of the type that Kathy laid out and that Angel talked about require a high degree of behavior change. How do we get there? What are the barriers to achieving that? And what are the opportunities to being successful on that front?
Fantastic. I have 7 minutes, so I can solve all that. Right here, we're good. I also want to just share my co-panelists' view that this Crossroads program and the whole initiative is really exciting and incredibly necessary. And I hope it will ultimately translate an agenda for both a behavioral wedge and a private sector or private mitigation wedge, along with a lot of other things. And I think there's a real opportunity for it to do so. I do have to say, and maybe I'm directing this as much to Amanda as I am to Evan, that there's a real flaw here. I mean, I don't know if you all realize, but I'm a lawyer, and we're in DC, and I may be the only lawyer on the panel, right? Yeah. And have there been other lawyers on the panel? I don't know. Like, this is DC. There need to be lots of lawyers everywhere. So I'll do my best.
By design.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I'll do my best. But I work mostly with social and behavioral scientists because I see the limits of law myself. And I do think that the experience we've had with the behavioral wedge, which I'll focus on here, and hopefully in the questions we can get to the private sector wedge a little bit more. But the experience does have lessons for how we can build out all these programs. And I think of the quotation from Churchill from a long time ago that the United States will always do the right thing after trying every other alternative first. Right? And we've done that on individual behavior or the behavioral wedge. In 2009, a group of us led by Tom Dietz and Paul Stern published a paper in PNAS proposing a behavioral wedge. And we looked at 17 action types. We identified emissions reductions that based on behaviors that had high technical potential, high behavioral plasticity, and very feasible interventions. And those emissions reductions would equal the total carbon emissions of France, just from the household sector. And I was still naive, even though I was old even back then, to think, oh, all of a sudden we're going to go pursue those. And I think what we've seen instead is some real barriers. And I want to explore those a little bit if I may. But I also want to say that I think we're getting there now. We have a paper out for review right now which suggests that roughly 12% of the money in the Inflation Reduction Act will produce between 17, it is related to household behavior. EV uptake, heat pumps, weatherization, and it will produce something in the range of 17 to 40% of the emissions reduction. So Congress is betting on household behavior, in effect, or individual behavior. So barriers, things that we need to get over, and I think these are useful for thinking about a behavioral wedge agenda, but also for other things that we might be missing out there. One of them is just our mental models. Those of us in the policy world like to think of ourselves as being sophisticated, interdisciplinary thinkers, but we are in ruts, in models, and I think in the Q&A we're going to get into that a little bit more. I'm on the board on environmental change in society, and one of the engineers on our board described it as design and defend, and we've heard that as well. But we don't just do that in engineering, we do that with policy design as well. We have a certain image of it, and then we defend against other types of alternatives, and I think we need to get beyond that really quickly. And the behavioral wedge is one of those, where we need to be open to the idea that the regulated target is not just industry or even government, it can be individuals as well. And I don't mean necessarily regulated in terms of coercion. So first barrier, in my view, is mental model. Second one is, does household behavior matter or not? If you look at the House Commerce Committee report that came out right before Waxman-Markey went down, what you find is that the residential sector, as it's called there, was 5% of the US total. When you see 5%, you think, well, why would we focus on that? Well, how did they get to 5%? And this is the dominant way to think about this sector, by the way, and it still hasn't changed. Well, the only way to get there is by excluding all household electricity use and all household transportation. If you include those in, then it makes up about 1/3 of US carbon emissions, and that 1/3 is bigger than all the sources in all the countries in South America. So is it worth pursuing now? Yeah, I think it is. But it starts with that conceptual flaw of thinking of it as just the residential sector and then asking it narrowly. The second one is individual behavior just consumer behavior? And I would say consumer behavior is very important, but it's a lot more than consumer behavior. We are all employees. We're users as well as buyers of things as well. We are investors in some cases. We are participants in civic and religious and other groups. And so we play many different roles, and all those roles play a very, very big role. Another is, can we scale up interventions? Can we go from the little one-off things to things that really matter? And from my perspective, the key there is to be incredibly rigorous. And this is another place where the National Academies can really play a role. What do we know about the technical potential of all the possible household behaviors you could take? What do we know about the plasticity of those behaviors? So carpooling is a great thing if you can do it. Reduces your emissions by half for every one person you get in the car. How many of you carpooled here today? This is an unusual audience. I saw 2 hands in the audience. So there's high technical potential, low behavioral plasticity. We need to think. And the third one, which is growing in importance, and I think Angel's group with the IPCC has contributed to this. I've done this, David Victor and others have done this. We need to think more and more about what we mean about the feasibility of initiatives when we adopt them. And it's not just political feasibility, because sometimes these are done by the private sector, sometimes politics. So we need to think about scaling up initiatives, and we need to use those 3 criteria as we do that. Another objection that I sometimes hear is, oh, we shouldn't focus on individuals because we will undermine support for focusing on other targets. And that you can do that. If you shame someone into acting, they will engage in guilt alleviation, right? They'll get moral licensing, and then they'll do less of a second behavior. So you might get them to do the first behavior, but you reduce their support for the second behavior. I've done work with Elke Weber and a variety of other people, Christian Nielsen, and what we have found is that there are lots of different ways to actually increase people's support for other initiatives, not just decrease them. And an example of that would be if you connect a behavior to someone's identity, then you have given them the empowerment, in effect, intellectually or psychologically, to help them go do the next thing. Another that I hear a lot is, will behavioral wedge initiatives be just or fair or equitable? And again, if I think about the distribution of energy burdens, the highest percentage of energy use among someone's income tends to occur at the lower end of the income scale. And so if you really want to provide a more equitable future, one of the ways to do that is help people be more efficient on a household level. And so there are ways to deal with the justice or equity questions. Another, which is increasingly important, I do a lot of work on political polarization and climate change. And one of the things we need to worry about is, will this be too intrusive? Will it be too coercive on some level? And one of the things I like about behavioral wedge interventions is that they're often based on information and default settings and subsidies, other ways in which we are not coercing behavior. in some basic way. And so I think if the alternative is more direct regulation versus behavioral wedge interventions, often the behavioral wedge ones are the ones that are the least coercive, least likely to impinge on liberty or justice. So with all of that, those are examples of the barriers. We are opting as a country to move in the direction of focusing on households. And I think that the National Academies has an opportunity to make sure we do that at the same level of sophistication that we would have done with industry when I was at EPA many years ago.
So Marcus, you have a lot of experience thinking about a variety of different cutting edge decarbonization technologies on one hand, but also the conditions that need to be in place to foster innovation. So I'm curious about your take on this issue, especially given some of the new areas of work that you're getting involved in personally, and how you are thinking about approaching ways to overcome these gaps.
Sure thing. Thank you. Pleasure to be here and pleasure to be with the panel. Hi, everybody. Maybe what I'll do is I'll unceremoniously spit out a laundry list of interesting technologies and share some ideas on how we might think about them in context, I think, of this topic. And then I'll share a little bit about what I'm up to trying to use that information, which is essentially to use Mike's language, to take the behavioral wedge and apply it to the private sector. We think about private sector actors as sometimes companies that we, meaning governments, tell what to do in the form of policy and regulation, and that is definitely important. But we think there are other ways to cajole or entice or invite private sector action that involve, yes, moral suasion, which sometimes means shouting at them, but also appealing to their interest, and we all know what their interests are. Okay, technologies for a second. I'll just tell a quick personal anecdote. So I grew up in Canada and I studied engineering. And this may not sound relevant, but I'm very proud to be wearing this ring because I wore it for years and I lost it. I recently just got a new one, like in the mail this week. The ring costs like $10, okay? It's made of iron. You can make it in 10 minutes. But as a young engineering student, they really conditioned us to not think of technology as some shiny trinket over the horizon, but to think of engineering as a calling and to emphasize the social responsibility that engineering bears. The ring is a reminder of a tragic accident from about 100 years ago, over 100 years ago, in which many people died because an engineer messed up. Not made a mistake, was sort of corrupted, actually. And you swear an oath in a secret ceremony, I'm not kidding, and then they give you the ring, and you basically swear to do good and honest work because people are counting on you when you're an engineer. It's a very nice idea. I wear it as a memory of college, but also because that's sort of how I think about technology innovation. Yeah, it's cool and interesting, but it's for a reason. And what better purpose than to think about climate and climate mitigation and adaptation? 2 points. One, when it comes to technology and thinking about innovation and climate, we definitely know how to do this. Innovation sometimes sounds scary and expensive. Climate change is a huge problem. I don't think it's even the biggest problem facing our society. I think this is a very solvable problem. I think we'll be well on the downslope of solving this problem, and we'll still be arguing about many of the other background issues that exist in our societies and around the world. That's my personal conviction, but for me, this is an optimistic bent. Another funny thing I like to think about with new technologies is that almost exclusively and universally, they all seem, at first, unproven, expensive, risky, and somewhat ridiculous. Okay? And if you look at the history of technology innovation in this part of the world over the last couple of centuries, sort of the modern era of technology innovation, they all seem this way. So it's a bit of a cautionary tale. You know, like for instance, the metaverse was an idea that seemed to have come and gone very quickly. It hasn't gone away. The people that actually work on the metaverse today are saying, thank God the hype is over, because now we can get some real work done without the spotlight on us. And I don't know where it's going to pan out. Maybe it is ridiculous. I really don't know. But they all seem ridiculous at first. Some technologies that used to seem ridiculous, but are ripe and right in front of us, include things like solar panels, wind turbines. These were mocked in previous generations. Now they're celebrated. I point these out because, along with things like heat pumps, formerly known as air conditioning units, or things like grid modernization, these are bread and butter technology innovation issues that are right in front of us and will continue to require innovation. The solar panel invented 20 years ago is not the solar panel we want to be using in 20 years. So even before we get to the whiz-bang stuff, there's a lot of stuff relative to continuous innovation and improvement, and this is really the domain of the private sector, which is why I bring it up. I'll touch on a couple of others. Kathy mentioned a lot of bioeconomy and circular economy related principles. Carbon markets came up. This is sort of starting to get a little bit more interesting and new. Sorry, interesting because it's new in that sense. I spent the last several years becoming quite expert in the area of carbon removal and carbon capture, which has suddenly burst onto the scene, especially in this town, but in many others. It's still a tiny field, but it's grown rapidly, as Evan and I were chatting a little bit before the panel. And then we get into the truly frontier and potentially scary or nuts or just maybe it won't ever work stuff, like nuclear fusion. The joke in physics, as you know, the energy source of tomorrow and always will be. But there's a lot of money going in that direction. And geoengineering, blocking out the sun with a very thin shade of dust sprayed in the atmosphere. This might sound like the worst idea you've ever heard, or maybe something worth considering. The frontier of discussion there is governance today. How should the international community consider the prospect of this idea? Should we get our act together before somebody just rushes out and does it? By the way, somebody has already done this. This has happened several times. Maybe the last thing I'll say, and I'll just close by articulating sort of how I'm trying to use this information today. I'm working in an organization called Time CO2. We're trying to build a business that helps other businesses take action on climate change and nature preservation. And it's built on some very simple hypotheses, and we just got started, so we'll see if this works out. But I do have one request of the audience before I close. The premise is that the climate crisis is also a climate of trust. We're losing trust in our institutions, we're losing trust in our media. And even, I don't need to tell you about the nature of social media, but even the trust in facts, and even scientists are starting to lose their privileged place on the trust hierarchy. The possible solution, or a possible solution to a trust crisis, is better and clearer communication. Where can you go for communication? The media industry, okay? So Time CO2 is a startup made of climate science and business people like me who are excited to work with an established media company. The concept is businesses are being yelled at in UN climate speak, which they don't understand, and they're being yelled at in science speak, which they also don't understand. Many of them just have their heads in the sand, private businesses around the world. Even those businesses that want to take action just don't know what we're talking about. And they lack practical examples and language that they can use. You may disagree or agree with this premise, but I'm just repeating some of the evidence that we hear from talking to business leaders. So we have set about to build a business that can translate that knowledge into practical, actionable advice and tell the stories of other business leaders who have taken action and not killed their businesses in the process, which is every CEO's fear, and actually survived and maybe even thrived by leaning into what could be the future. So a couple of things we're doing right now, and I have one that I'm going to request your help on. We're convening business leaders around sessions like New York Climate Week, around COP. We might do something around Davos. We might do something more local to different industries. Just get small groups of business leaders together to try to speak in their own words and in their own language what really needs to be done and help to form alliances that they might find productive to move the ball forward in their own industries. We have a very strong hypothesis that if we tell the stories of success in a way that business can understand and digest, that might pile in more business action. Time is a great publication to do that because it cuts across many aspects of our society and still has an iconic brand. So we're calling that the Futures Initiative. The pitch is basically the results of a changing climate mean that the way you do business in your company, in your industry, is going to change. You actually, it's in your best interest to be at the forefront of writing the new type of business model for your industry, whatever it is. Would you like to come together and do that with some of your peers? And when framed that way, the answer is usually, well, okay, let's have another conversation, because every business leader is terrified of being left behind by some kind of external event. I'll close here. Show of hands if you've heard of something called the Time 100. Okay. Somebody yell out, what is it? Tell me what it is.
The audience participation.
Go ahead.
Most impressive and innovative people.
Exactly. Okay.
Maybe you just repeat that for those online.
It's a list. Okay. With full effective time, it's a very fancy list of what they deem to be the 100 most influential people for that year. It's sort of capstoned by Time Person of the Year. There are many events, convenings, discussions, communities formed around this list, and the list is super impressive. We are about to embark on a Time 100 style list of climate business leaders. The idea, let's see if this works, is that by telling the stories of successes by business people or business adjacent people, you don't have to work at a private company, that have worked and basically not crushed the company and have achieved something relevant, maybe we can crowd in more action, let people know, listen, everyone can come in the pool, the water's warm. If you know anyone, think of the most badass person you can think of that might fit that description. I'm collecting nominations starting now. This is not a joke. Please call me or get in touch with one of us, because we're actively trying to put this together for the first time, and we hope to be in a position to publish this later in the year, and let's see if it works. Thank you.
Great. So we already have one request for the audience in terms of how to intervene at a very specific point here from Marcus. So the discussion has already gone in many directions, and it's really interesting and exciting in a way that I had hoped for. There's so much to do, obviously, that one of the things and one of the risks is that potentially people or institutions or organizations could get sidetracked or perhaps go in the wrong direction. So actually, I want to start with a question that might be a little bit unexpected, which is, are there wrong avenues to pursue in this way? Are there red herrings? Are there things that, given the variety of modes of intervention that we've heard about already, that may actually hinder progress or thinking on this issue? So Mike, do you want to start on that?
Sure, I love answering wrong questions.
That's right.
or floating them. I do think there are several that are that I see all the time in public discourse and in academic work and elsewhere, and I just wring my hands when I think about the value, the hit that we take on the value of the discourse when we see these kinds of questions. And the one, I guess, that most often comes up is, will this solve the problem? So we talk about food, we talk about households. I wrote a paper more than 10 years ago called The 1% Problem, which is that almost any source of carbon emissions and almost any remedy can be framed, if you get the denominator right, as 1% or less. And we tend to dismiss 1% problems. In law, we have a concept called de minimis non curat lex. The law doesn't concern itself with little things. And that's a problem. And so almost none of us are working on remedies that will solve the problem, but the aggregation of all of them will. And what I keep seeing is really good ideas get shut down because they won't solve the problem. That would be one. The second one I would just float, and I'm sure others have other ideas, would be just asking, what can government do? And that's very common. If you take any environmental law class, the whole class is asking, what can government do to deal with climate change and environmental issues? But once you've only asked the question of the government being the actor, you've just shut down everything we just heard about, right? What is government? Are they directing you to do what you're doing? No, they're not doing that. Now, that doesn't mean at all that government doesn't play an incredibly important role. But just asking what government can do, again, shuts down the discourse in ways that eliminates really important avenues that we could pursue.
Does anyone else want to jump in on that in terms of avenues that may be less worthwhile to pursue?
Well, anything that involves coercion, I think, is going to produce a negative reaction. And to the extent that in any of these climate-related problems that we're trying to approach, that we can make the right choice, the easy choice, either for individuals or for corporations, that was going to generate more uptake.
I'd love to just build on that too. I wrote down the 1% problem. I'm going to find this paper and read it.
You and two other people who've already.
The aviation industry, a target of much public scorn. Air travel accounts for between 2 and 3% of global carbon dioxide emissions, or GHG equivalents. Many aviation executives that I've come in contact with are trying to avoid taking action by saying, we're only 2 or 3%, basically look elsewhere. The climate science approach to counter-argument is, well, actually, the global warming potential of the emissions emitted at altitude means you're closer to 8 or 9% of the problem. But I think Mike's suggestion is a more powerful one, which is to say, it's not actually about the percentage. We're so far behind that just do something, and it's better than nothing. The other thing I would add on a separate point is there's a lot of conversation about not just the right approach or the wrong approach, but we should work on these solutions, not those solutions, and kind of quibbling and what I think to the rest of the world looks like splitting hairs. I think this is probably counterproductive, maybe almost entirely, again, because it's letting the perfect be the enemy of the good in a way. Almost invariably, something is better than nothing, or it will at least produce some learnings that get us going faster. We just don't want to be caught in a position where we're arguing to death what the optimal solution is, and then we somehow begin trying to implement it only to realize maybe, that's a waste of time, which we don't have.
I totally resonate with everything that's being said here. I think Mike is absolutely right, and Marcus and Kathy. It's an all-of-society approach. I mean, it's an all-hands-on deck, and the Paris Agreement was very firm about that. National governments cannot do it alone. It has to be in collaboration with the private sector, with individuals. And I think there's so much finger-pointing and blame-shifting and individuals saying, well, why should I reduce my own personal carbon footprint and reduce my travel, et cetera, when it's the fossil fuel companies and it's governments that are the lion's share of global emissions. But I think we're at a point now. I mean, I work with the data on a daily basis. And I mean, if we look at North America, we've already exceeded the 1.5 degree Celsius threshold. And we're seeing that. Many other panelists have talked about the wildfires in Canada, about sea level rise, about increasing disasters and storms. We're already there. And so now when I was at the latest climate negotiations in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, the conversation amongst scientists and policymakers is really, how can we just shave off any incremental increase above 1.1 globally, or just because I think it's no longer realistic that we're going to actually achieve the 1.5. So it's really this moment of it has to be from all facets, all angles. Everyone needs to do, the de minimis argument, I think is absolutely ludicrous. We all need to be doing whatever we can to contribute.
And one of the values of the work that Angel's team does is that we know that people lock into things when they're quantified in a way they don't when they're not. And what your group has done that's so powerful is to say X billion tons are achievable. And you mentioned, what was the total that you mentioned that was equivalent to Japan roughly?
Yeah, 1 to 2 gigatons.
1 to 2 gigatons, right? So that's bigger than something like 170 countries in the world. And so if you can quantify it and then frame it that way, now you can start mobilizing responses to it.
Just to dive into that a little bit more, I mean, Angel, you said in your remark, you talked a little bit about the data revolution that's happening. And I'm curious to get your sense of how the ability to collect and analyze large data sets is helping make progress on climate interventions.
Love that question. And actually, I was going, in your list of technologies, Marcus, I was wondering, you left out AI. So I would love to hear your perspective on this, because I think that that's one area that's underexplored right now in this climate change space. And I was actually surprised that very few other panelists actually touched on AI, because now I think what's been really great about the ChatGPT revolution and revelation is that people actually can put a face to what AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning is. Whereas before it was something abstract, it's a black box, it's under the hood, it's giving us advertisements on Facebook and telling us what to buy and secretly listening in on our conversations on Alexa and making recommendations. But now actually it's given a face to what this means. And I think generative AI is one of these potential breakthrough technologies, particularly for social science researchers like Mike and I, to really, I think, parse through some of the noise and to be able to really understand. Like, Marcus, when you were talking about communication and these interactions and the ability for business leaders to catalyze, I was like, I want to measure that. But how do I measure that? How do I model that impact and what that means for us to be able to scale up, as Mike said, from an individual business to an all-of-society effort? And how we can do that, I think, is through the vast amount of qualitative data that exists that we have so far not been able to efficiently analyze. And so I want to know what businesses are doing, what's effective, how can we distill those solutions? You talked about resilience. I mean, a lot of the work in ag and on resilience and adaptation is so hard to measure. I participated in some of those efforts to track adaptation. It is mind-boggling hard, because how can you compare one country's adaptive efforts into what resilience means? We don't even know what that means. And we can actually mine the internet, thousands of documents of policy and discourse and scientific literature, to then really understand what that means and to draw connections. So I see a huge potential for generative AI, particularly in the social science angle, to add a lot and help us to better understand connections, where there are gaps, where there are opportunities, and to measure in really new, innovative ways what it means when you have this business coalition and you start to train them, get them to tell these positive stories. How does that catalyze into these virtuous cycles and these ambition loops that the entire climate governance system through Paris is predicated on? So I'd love to hear, Marcus, Are you guys thinking about generative AI? And
We are thinking about generative AI. If you ask CEOs what they're worried about, AI is at the top of the list at the moment.
so it's a
And
fear and not
it's
necessarily.
It's a fear.
Okay.
It's a fear. What does this mean for me? I don't quite get it. I mean, most people don't get it. I'm
Yep.
not an AI expert either. Why is ChatGPT talking to me as if it's a human? What does this possibly mean? Other people think it's sort of meaningless. They'll say, it's risky, it's expensive, it seems niche. It's not niche. I've texted all my friends. When I first went on to ChatGPT, I just started calling like family members. I was like, look, I'm just telling you, I don't work for them or anything. Just sign up and just play with this thing. Something has happened in the world. I don't really know what, but something. I'm pretty sure. I'm extremely excited about it, even though I think we should approach with caution and realistically be prudent. I think some kind of regulation is coming. I couldn't even fathom really what regulation of AI means. With respect, in the context of business use cases that you brought up, I'm personally most excited, maybe similar to you, about faster consumption of knowledge. In the breakout session, we talked about like, why is it that I've just heard now about this article that was published 30 years ago? Why don't I know about this? And even though I love innovation, I hate starting from scratch. When I start a new project, I just want to go to the latest of what's been achieved and then see if I can add something to that, just, because I want to go faster. I think the outcomes of a business action are fairly measurable. Revenue, greenhouse gases, supply chain efficiency, we know how to measure those things. The intermediate steps, the application of knowledge, decision-making pathways, I'm not sure those seem less measurable. For us, what we've said is, well, stories are a mechanism to capture this complex, difficult to measure decision-making process. In other words, hey, CFO, could you tell a short story about how your organization came to the decision? Yes, you read the IRA and the tax credits were available, but how specifically was it decided that you would spend $100 million to do a thing? Did you decide? Did somebody yell at you? Did the board decide? Was it shareholder pressure? Was it your suppliers? Was it your customers? Like, how did it happen? And maybe building up a compendium of those stories. So I'm starting to get into like the management literature and the business school literature, which is foreign to me, but I feel like there's knowledge there and we're trying to tap into it.
One thing maybe I'll add, just as a moderator's point of view, is that our program at the Sloan Foundation is funding a network of researchers that are looking at how climate change and energy are being impacted by advancements in the digital economy. And I think there's a substantial need for work in that area. But one thing that actually you just said, Marcus, brought up a question, and Kathy, maybe I'll ask this to you, because what you're talking about is you want to have lessons of success and examples of success. And I'm curious if anything comes to mind for you about examples of success that we can take comfort in or draw on or build on going forward, given the range of challenges that you laid out. I'm curious if this kind of rings any bells in terms of how to proceed forward or what lessons we could learn from places where we've actually made progress in the past.
Well, when Marcus mentioned the fear that executives have not having an example that something works, it immediately brought to mind the same fear that farmers have. For if you ask me to adopt this new technology, how do I know I'm going to be able to produce enough to feed my family or to bring in the income that I need? And it's demonstrations, being able to have practical demonstrations that people can see and identify with and give them the confidence to take those steps. So an example that comes from the agriculture world is cooperative extension and the role that land-grant universities have played in developing in agriculture and then in other areas of economic development within states, demonstrations that if you do this, yes, you can make a return and it will yield, in the case of climate change, some additional benefits for you. So being able to replicate that model around the world in agriculture, and there's a real lack of farmer education in many countries, is one thing that's scalable. But then taking that into other areas as well and having at least a a few examples and maybe building the libraries of them so that people can actually see, yeah, it works.
I like that. And Evan, I've got an example from the behavioral wedge, if you don't mind, that I'd love to jump in with, because it's a great example not only of success, and we tend to talk about failures too much. We tend to focus on what doesn't work, and we've got to focus on successes as well. It's also a good example of public-private interactions. So the government set light bulb standards and made them more stringent. And LEDs, at the time we wrote our behavioral wedge paper in 2009, were not widely adopted. They were very expensive, and the light wasn't that attractive. And so I was the member of our research team that said, don't put that into the list of 17 action types that we evaluated. So we left it out. And I have to admit defeat on that. That was a mistake because it turned out that one of the major retailers said to its suppliers, if you can make us an attractive bulb for under $10 a bulb, we'll make it our house brand. And they did that. And in the several years after 2009, LED uptake accelerated in the US. And Lucas Davis at Berkeley has done this analysis where he shows that that uptake of LEDs correlates beautifully with the first leveling off and then the downturn in household per capita electricity use in the US. And so, you know, did it cause it? We can never prove that, but it's certainly a nice correlation there. And there's an example where something as trivial as a light bulb, you hear all the time, oh, don't worry about buying a new light bulb, right? It seems tiny. You aggregate it across a lot of people. So Jonathan Gilligan and I have done some work and calculated that that equals about 130 million metric tons a year of carbon emissions reductions in the US. And I would just say, go look for any regulation that's had a bigger impact than the uptake of LED light bulbs.
Could I just share another example? This is quite similar. So totally different space, the construction, the built environment. The bees make their homes out of wax. Humans make our homes out of concrete. It's the #1 building material we use on Earth. And there's a company called Carbon Cure that developed a new recipe to make concrete, and it uses recycled carbon dioxide. Okay, so carbon nerds like me say, oh wow, let's talk about the carbon reduction. Carbon Cure sells concrete not by talking about the carbon reduction, because their customers, I can't speak for them, but they don't care. What they care about is the concrete stronger? And is it better or cheaper? So they say we have a better and cheaper product. Oh, and by the way, it also has dramatically lower emissions because they displace some of the cement. Remember, the cement is like the powdery glue. Concrete is the rock product you get at the end. It reminds me of the behavioral wedge, the light bulb example, meeting people where they are. Businesses don't really need climate change solutions. They need solutions to problems they already have that are climate related. I think that shift in thinking is productive.
Right, so we've discussed a whole range of topics here, from plant-based alternatives, big data, AI, fusion, low carbon concrete, cooperative extension agents, carbon dioxide removal. So hopefully that gives enough food for thought for everyone in the audience to think about questions, as it certainly should. So I want folks to start thinking about questions both in person and online. I've got one more for the panel, and then we'll turn to the audience. And for everyone online, please remember to add your questions to the Slido queue so we can incorporate them into the discussion. So we're really lucky because we're one of the final panels of the session, so we get to leave the most impactful recommendations to the academies and their staff about what they should do as they move forward to this really ambitious and exciting Climate Crossroads initiative. So from each of your perspectives, can you talk about what you think the academy should do to foster uptake of these novel and potentially disruptive solutions to climate intervention? Anyone want to start that?
I'll take a start. So
okay, we'll go in reverse order this one.
I'm privileged to be on the Board of Energy and Environment Systems, so I've had an inside view on some of the consensus reports. I think the academies are doing a fantastic job already in identifying and evaluating potential of different technologies or intervention pathways or different solution types. I think where we can take it further in the context of Climate Crossroads or others is in what I call knowledge translation. This came up in the decarbonization breakout. Saying the same thing in different language for different audiences. This is kind of a lot to ask the academies to take on, so an idea I've been kicking around that I want to actually put some work into to see if it's real ideas. Maybe there's a partner organization that could help with that kind of translation, so the academy can keep to its strengths, but then also broaden its impact. But getting the word out, building on the strength, I think is a helpful next step to think about.
So as a lawyer, I have to have 4 examples to give you, and I do. The
Right,
first,
you see why you're the only lawyer on the panel.
yeah. So the first 2, I'll go really, really quick, which is I think it's time to go ahead and do, whether it's a consensus study or an action collaborative or a workshop or whatever, to build out the private sector wedge or the private mitigation wedge and the individual behavioral wedge as well. I think it's time to go ahead and put those on the radar screen and use the resources of the Academy to really explore how we could achieve those. But stepping back more generally, I'm working with support from Carnegie on trying to understand, in our deeply polarized gridlock world, how do we broaden the group of people who are interested in understanding the climate science and so forth. And I think it is so easy for those of us who are in the academic world and so forth to not understand how deeply differently people understand their own realities, how much identity and worldview plays. And so I think a real focus on how do we reach the 40% or so of the population that's deeply skeptical of climate change and is resistant to new information because it's outside of their identity. It's not what we do. And I think that so many of the models that we all grew up with essentially are information deficit models. You give me information and I change my behavior. That has almost no explanatory power when it comes to climate. People have an identity and then they engage in confirmation bias and motivated reasoning, and they end up in the same place no matter what the information is. So I think the academies would do well to spend time both studying that, but also to be thinking about how to make sure that we get people who we may be not sharing a view with at the table in many cases. And one way to do that, I think, is to think about always addressing feasibility. And again, I know it's not a standard thing to do in a lot of scientific reports, but I believe the academic literature in law, in social science, and natural science would be better when it has to account for the feasibility of the adoption of its remedies. In the area I work in, we spent roughly 30 years with everyone agreeing that a carbon tax was the optimal solution, and it is, except that it can't be adopted. And so what did Congress do? Congress didn't do the polluter pays legislation, which it did the beneficiary pays. It subsidized behavior. That's feasible now. So let's look at the remedies there. We would have done less time in the legal literature, and I think the academies would spend less time on remedies that couldn't work, and we would improve the rigor of the work we do if we force ourselves, even in narrative form, to say, we think this is feasible for the following reasons. And if you can't make that case, go back and study something else or restudy the form of your analysis. That would be a suggestion of mine.
Academies has got an incredible amount of experience with convenings of many diverse groups. Starting with the Government University Industry Research Roundtable and that whole history and various forums on emerging microbiological problems, Food Forum, where they're bringing together the private sector, government, academia, interested advocacy organizations. And more recently, they've been doing a lot of community outreach through the Gulf Research Program and a number of the new projects that have been undertaken. So I think there's an opportunity here under the Climate Crossroads to continue to build on those models of convening. And then secondly, I think that the Climate Crossroads initiative should really very judiciously, given the commitment of the 3 presidents, figure out how they can convene, because they've got an entree into decision-making at the highest levels in every sphere. And they could really bring together like-minded leaders in a way that very few other organizations could. So I think that convening is something that this offers just incredible opportunities. Again, judiciously, well-chosen, well-targeted, and with a good scientific base underlying them.
So easy, right?
Yeah.
I agree with all of my co-panelists, and Mike, I want to sign up for this private sector wedge study because I think it's so absolutely needed. A lot of the models, particularly in the IPCC work, we assume that the world is frictionless and these technologies are easy to implement and to adopt, but that's just not the case. And there are real individual preferences. There are polarization of attitudes. There are real, I think, stickiness and difficulty with changing behavior that are not accounted for in these models. And they're very broadly, globally resolved. And now with the data revolution, we're getting more high resolution data that makes it increasingly possible for us to actually model realistically, I think, Mike, what you said, what can actually be feasible for the US or different communities or businesses to actually implement by way of climate solutions. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of possibility. I would just encourage the Climate Crossroads and the academies to really think about, and as you said, Kathy, it's the convening power of being able to just kind of take a step back and be more objective and to be able actually to be a lot more responsive than like an IPCC assessment. I mean, that assessment takes like five to 6 years. We can only use peer-reviewed scientific literature, not even something that is in gray literature. And so it really creates this lag in the scientific knowledge. And the academies is not hamstrung by that limitation. So I think there's a real opportunity to be very responsive, to pick up on these trends, and to really do some innovative stuff. And as you said, Kathy, they can bring together the best expertise from all corners of the world. And so that convening power is incredibly, I think, significant.
Great. So I want to turn it over to the audience. Again, please line up in front of the 2 microphones. For those of you online, please submit your questions. I had a feeling we'd have a lot of good questions for this, which is great. So we have plenty of time for it. So again, please state your name, your affiliation, hopefully a quick, succinct question so we can get to as many as possible. We'll start here on the left.
I went for it. Okay,
Perfect.
awesome. That one probably has to be turned on too, yeah. So my name is Renee Collini. I'm with the Gulf Center for Equitable Climate Resilience. But before that, I was in Sea Grant for a long time. And so I often think about the mundane and the implementation. And so when we talk about adoption of new technologies or innovations, I'm thinking about Roger's theory, and I'm thinking about compatibility in particular. And so we heard a lot about innovations you're excited about, but I'd love to hear a little bit about what progress around the infrastructure to support innovations that y'all are excited about or you see coming. And then I'd also like, because I'm asking 2 questions at once, also any comments or thoughts you could have about how we start innovating in the legal and policy space a little bit more intentionally.
So I'll start with the legal piece, and I'll turn over to my colleagues for the other piece. I think we are making real progress on that. I think there are reasons to be optimistic. I think that the adoption of the IRA was a wake-up call to my profession. I was taught environmental law as a subfield of administrative law. So if it didn't involve a statute or a regulation, all subject to constitutional review and courts, et cetera, it didn't exist. And I'm working right now on a casebook that's looking at private environmental governance because of what we're seeing Marcus doing here and what we see Angel is saying are the opportunities, and the same thing Kathy has mentioned. So I think we're beginning to see innovation, but I think it's going to be important for students to insist on it because many of us in my profession were taught, as I was, that it's a subfield of administrative law, and we tend to resist things that we don't know that well. And maybe some of the AI will start pushing us in the right direction. But so I'm beginning to see, because Congress adopted an innovative way to solve an environmental problem, it wouldn't have counted as an environmental statute in my environmental law class because it was just giving people money. It wasn't telling them to do anything. That's now part of environmental law. And I think to stay relevant, we're going to have to modify ourselves. That'd be one. The second one, really quickly, is just, and I think this is true throughout the academy, we have to still value critical thinking and challenging each other. It's too easy. I hear this all the time. How can you possibly support private sector action? Private companies are the problem. It's as if game over. Well, yes, absolutely, they're a big part of the problem, but let's think in a more critical, nuanced way. And I think if we can keep that sense of intellectual vibrancy going, we're much more likely to come across the really innovative solutions.
Oh, can I just add, Mike, to your conversation on the IRA? I think what's also been innovative is just the focus on equity and addressing the disproportionate distributional impacts of climate change. And I mean, I think that's really been a revelation. I was invited to speak at the regional EPA and the Research Triangle a couple months ago, and everyone there, they said, we could not have imagined inviting a speaker to talk about climate justice at the EPA 5 years ago. And now it's a complete sea change. And I think it's largely because within the text of the IRA itself, it says we have to be particularly addressing the historic legacy and the impacts of structural racism, which I'm sorry, it goes beyond redlining. I think people reduce it to just redlining. It's not. It's at every single level, from private institutions to national government to presidents, Supreme Court actively keeping populations segregated. And so, I mean, that to me, I think is really a huge opportunity and a huge innovation. So if you are a private business, if you are a local government, if you are a university, you have to be putting equity in the center of consideration of whatever climate solution you're designing. I think that's really, I think gives me a lot of encouragement.
I might also add, from a research funder perspective, we're providing a lot of support for researchers across the country that are doing place-based community research, which I think there's not enough of, right? Because a lot of the scholarship happens in models, in large-scale data analysis, which has a very important key role, but that also needs to be complemented by place-based research in the communities where these transitions are happening to understand the ecosystem for innovation. So I might just add that in there. In the interest of time, maybe we'll go on to the next question.
Question for Mike. I'm Karen Florini with Climate Central, and I would assert that the key problem that we're facing at the moment, given the exigency of time, is less one of lack of proponents and more of an excess of opponents. And that thus we really need to be focusing on how to communicate beyond the choir.
Yes.
And to do that, what role might the academies have in actually reaching beyond the choir, not using something necessarily labeled climate crossroads, but to reach people who will not only not come to, but will affirmatively avoid engaging with something that is labeled climate? So how do you go to the places where those folks are? How do you get to local chambers of commerce? How do you get to the Rotary, the Kiwanis, the Lions Clubs, et cetera? And specifically what I'm asking is, what role, if any, can the academy play in that?
I think that's an amazing question, and coming from someone who's legally trained as well, I think it's not surprising that it's very insightful. So I think the first step, number one, I totally agree with you, and I think people in my profession, particularly environmental law professors, tend to ignore the fact that 18% of the US population controls 50 to 52 votes in the Senate. So you can imagine any cool solution you want, and if you don't get that part, 55% of the US population wants to do something about climate change according to the best available research. And with our constitutional design, that doesn't produce change. You don't get change with 55% if they're distributed the way they are. They're mostly in California, New York, and other big in blue cities. So the starting point is, this isn't just some nice thing we should try to do. And I think you have boots on the ground and really trying to make change in the work you do with climate communications. So step number one is, this isn't some nice fluffy thing we do. We must do this if we want substantial change. That would be number one. Number two, from my perspective, is, again, to get out of this idea that the information deficit model is the problem. You can tell people over and over, if they've been convinced that their identity doesn't include climate being a part of it, if that's a liberal thing and then they're not liberal, you can tell them anything you want to. You can spend $1 million telling them that, and they're not going to change their mind. Now, maybe a little bit on the margin. So then the question is, if that's true, how do we try to have what the former head of our radiology department has gone all, and he's taken a year to study how we can decarbonize the medical sector. And one of the things he tells people all the time is, we need to start with empathy. We can't be in this place where, oh, we have all the knowledge and your viewpoint is discounted or not credible. And so we start with saying, you're a good person too, you're a thoughtful person too. Once we do that, what I'm working on, number one, I would say it's a massive challenge. I don't have an answer, so I'm going to admit defeat to begin with. But what we're working on is a whole range of different ways about both picking different remedies. Sometimes you're going to need to pick a remedy that isn't your favorite, because it's one that's acceptable in the community of people. And an example I would give you is, it was Walmart that did this LED initiative that I just mentioned. We found that when conservatives hear that Walmart acted on climate change, they become more open to the idea that it's a problem and to doing something about it. If you're on the left, you're not so excited about Walmart, very likely. So you're picking a slightly different remedy, maybe, that you're emphasizing. So it's not just simplistic communication. It's partly communication, but it's partly being willing to empathize with the target audience and to think about changing a remedy in order to get there. And then the last thing I would say is, there are, I believe, communication approaches that would work. And I'll just say two of them really quickly. One of them is pluralistic ignorance. The idea that people want to do what others are doing. We all know that from the social science literature. Most Republicans don't know that most other Republicans support doing something about climate change. When they hear that most others are, they become more interested in it. The other is a superordinate identity. We tend to be driven by conflict entrepreneurs to focus on our identity group, and that causes us to reject other information. But you can frame information around a superordinate identity, an overarching, and maybe even a smaller identity, a community level identity. And that may open people's minds a little bit to accepting new information and to working with one another. So I would love to have a longer conversation with you because we're right in the middle of a lot of work on this, and I think your expertise would be super helpful in the work we do, and I hope we can do that.
Follow up. Go on to the next question over here.
Well, my name is Tom Dietz, and I'm not the academic Tom Dietz. I'm the private citizen Tom Dietz. And I want to make a comment reacting to Marcus's comment about trusted sources. One of the reasons I came to this as a private citizen was I recognized the National Academy as a trusted source for information. And I think that's the brand that the National Academy has for governments and policymakers. But I think there's and Marcus, you said this as well, I think there is an opportunity to reach further than that and to try to get information out to the businesses, the communities, the people that can actually implement climate change or climate action, and get that information out and tell the stories about success. In my experience, when I've done something, like put solar panels on a roof or buy an electric car, my friends and family look and see me doing that. And they see the success, and I tell them the stories about how much money it saved me and how nice the electric car is to drive. And guess what? They start doing it too. And we need to tell those stories. And I think the National Academies can do that.
Marcus or Ted, do you want to talk a little bit about the power of storytelling at all and what role that plays here? Because that's something that often doesn't come into technical academic
I can
reports.
tell it maybe in sort of, hopefully an honest way, right? So I came up as sort of a typical math and engineering nerd kid, and then studied engineering and then studied quantum physics, right? Like if you go to a party and tell somebody you studied quantum physics, like that's the end of the conversation. They just say, oh, and walk away. There's nothing, and so the point is storytelling does not come naturally in that kind of tradition. I live in LA now. Everyone in LA describes themselves as a storyteller. I heard a union executive introduce a panel and say, really, I'm a storyteller at heart. Think you're a deal-making lawyer. That's not an insult. That's cool, but okay, maybe he's working on a screenplay or something, but stories have a way of connecting with people at a really deep, fundamental cultural level. This is not a new insight. Every human being knows this somehow because they're expert at this or they just know it innately. And as I learn more about the media industry, I'm just very excited about, here's a thought experiment, right? Like, is there a human story attached to 5% of the findings from a National Academy consensus report? I'm sure there is. Who could write or generate or film or get those stories out? I don't know, but somebody could. Would that matter? I bet it would. That's an interesting thought exercise. I think we can find a way to maybe make that happen or, build on that concept and make it a much better idea.
Next question, please.
Linda Langston, former elected official, and Kathy, also from Iowa, Iowa State person. So it's kind of a twofold question. One is when I think about Iowa and agriculture, I think about the Iowa Farm Bureau, who is a difficult nut to crack. And I'm wondering, and Mike, you may have some thoughts as well, how do we speak a language that we don't end up in this monolithic corn, soybeans, ethanol discussion, because some of that has to change. And secondly, some of the things we talked about earlier over the last couple of days made me realize that we're a bit like the frogs that are in the pot and it's getting warmer. It would be fine if we jumped in when it was hot because we would jump right out. But people are becoming acclimatized to disasters at every turn. And are there language uses or things that we can do without totally scaring people, but helps people make that move towards action, because I think personal agency is needed.
Yes, well, to tell a story, when I first moved to Iowa, I was recruited there as Dean of Agriculture, the first woman dean, and also one of the first ones who had not spent an enormous amount of time in Iowa prior to coming into that role. And one of the things I was cautioned about very early on was when you're out talking to the Farm Bureau, when you're out talking to individual farmers, do not mention climate change and do not mention sustainability. Those are words that will just characterize you in one way. But you can talk about the weather. Yeah, but ask farmers about what their experience has been over recent years. You know, engage with them. Try to figure out what are the things that are of importance to them and engage around that. And so you're absolutely right. You have to find the right language.
A really quick supplement to that is there's a growing movement for the buyers of agricultural products to insist that the growers of those products perform better from a sustainability or climate perspective. And there's a way to bypass the lobbying power and to work through a mechanism of free enterprise that that group is comfortable with.
We'll go on to the next question.
Well, you just hit the terminology I think that I was going to be after in terms of how we deal with this Gordian knot of continuing rising emissions. The next conference of parties being chaired by a person whose company is about to expand oil production by 7.5 billion barrels. And we have this gridlock that it's not so much conflict entrepreneurs, although they do exist on YouTube, but a sustained campaign of lobbying by fossil fuels. Is it really the approach in the face of that to ignore that sustained campaign and do the storytelling person to person, community to community? Or is there a way to tackle the beast head on?
I might ask you to answer that because you have some experience in these international forum and like what that's like to deal with these very conflicted set of parties.
I think you're absolutely right. And this is really the $1 million challenge and the largest elephant in the room in these climate talks. But I will say I've been encouraged attending these forums and having these kinds of conversations. I think there's a broader public attitude that it's completely inconsistent. And what fossil fuel companies are pledging by way of decarbonization, it's completely disingenuous. So I am one of the contributors to the Net Zero Tracker, and we look at the Forbes 2000 companies and the largest regional governments as well as subnational governments and countries as well. We, out of the 72 fossil fuel companies that are in the Forbes 2000 that have pledged some type of climate change target, we have found not a single one of them is actually doing it in a credible way. And the fact that there has been this realization, and now we have language introduced in some of these negotiation texts talking about phasing down, not phasing out, because there was some pushback, particularly from some developing countries and these OPEC countries as well. But the phase down, I think that language is there, and it's been a consistent narrative. And now I think increasing scrutiny and recognition that it's inconsistent with a 1.5 or even a 2-degree world. And so I think, this is particularly in June when I was there in Bonn at the intersessional, this was a big part of the conversation as well. And so now the UN Climate Change Secretariat, they've launched a separate accountability framework, and they want to hold fossil fuel companies to account for what they're doing and what they're not doing on climate change and to be credible. And so, this is where also I think AI could play a role in trying to be a fact checker and actually a powerful tool against misinformation.
I'd just like to comment on that briefly because I think it's an important question related to this year's host of COP28 and their status in the oil industry. As you probably know, the #1 oil producing nation on earth is the United States. Does that mean that the National Academies of Science, the United States National Academies of Sciences, is not a credible voice for climate conversation? Probably we would say no in this room. And I'm not saying that that's a defense of the hosts or the fossil fuel industry, but I think it's an interesting thought starter to think about perspectives about who is a credible actor and who isn't. The COP is never in the United States for different reasons. But if the COP were in the United States, would people be saying, how dare we have it in an oil-producing nation?
Next question, please.
Hello, my name is Sharonda Allen, author, historian, scientist, social philanthropist, environmental steward, climate reality leader, nonprofit founder, leader, and educator. I'm hearing all these lofty activities and research, but where specifically does it hit the ground to translate into environmental justice in frontline underserved communities? What do you already have in place?
So one of the greatest strengths of the behavioral wedge is that, and the Inflation Reduction Act, again, 12% of all that money is going to household energy use reduction, and much of that is going to underserved communities. And people have the greatest energy burden who are at the lowest end of the economic sector. So people who really need money the most are spending the highest percentage of their budget on energy. And so when we induce them to have a more fuel-efficient equipment, to weatherize their homes, and frankly, in the long run, to adopt EVs. Although right now they have higher upfront costs, they have lower long-term costs, and they don't break down as often. So that whole suite of issues is in play right now at a level I've never seen in my lifetime. And so if we can keep pushing that, I view this, and this is to the other question too, we're not solving this, and we're not winning, I think. We're really trying to keep our finger in the dike, I think, hoping that the evidence of climate harm is great enough that the political swing will occur that can persuade more of the 18% of the population that controls 52 votes in the Senate. So step number one is we try to do as much justice as we can by reducing energy burdens, and we do a lot of other things to try to reduce the amount of carbon emissions to buy ourselves enough time that when there's enough public support to do the bigger efforts, we will not be too far behind the curve. I don't know what else we do. Now, others may have much better answers than I do to that question.
I don't know if it's better, but I'll say that I've spoken a couple of times about the idea of translating this kind of discourse into information that people can use and businesses. We actually started our business with a hypothesis that focusing on small businesses would be the way to go. We're trying to work on a project connecting with local restaurants. As you know, local restaurants tend to be family-owned, and they have extremely razor-thin margins, which means when you start to talk about sustainability, it's like, what are we even talking about? I'm trying to stay in business week to week. I don't have time or $100 to spend on an extra climate this or that. So starting with the approach of where are businesses, which are not people, but are sort of in the community sometimes, where are businesses? What do they actually need? And then how can we translate some of the higher-minded language and ideas to actually meet those problems rather than showing up and saying, we have a suite of solutions. Oh, you don't want any of these? Oh, where do we go wrong? So we are trying that. Let's see if we can succeed.
Maybe just also answer your question. I think you're exactly right. One of the best parts of my role is I get to see all the great work that our grantees are doing. So we've got grantees that are working with indigenous communities in Montana, Alaska, Arizona, frontline communities in oil and gas transition locations in South Carolina, Tennessee, Louisiana, Florida, folks working in West Virginia and Puerto Rico. So I think that kind of community engaged research is really key. We also have a grantee called Pecan Streets that's looking at monitoring home electricity use in real time at very granular levels. And we've been helping them expand their test bed to work with communities in Atlanta, Oklahoma, Eastern Pennsylvania, places that often are not tracked in this very detailed way. And I think that's the way you make progress, is actually expanding the research in places that are often overlooked, and something that I think actually needs to happen a fair amount of, especially with IRA funding. Let me move on to the next question over here.
Hi, David Goldston. This comes maybe from a slightly different angle than some of the other questions. So Kathy Witecki said sort of casually coercion doesn't work, and certainly using the word coercion doesn't work, but the regulation has been a huge part of environmental advance. It's even part of the light bulb story before you get to the Walmart part. So there obviously are problems there and other approaches, and regulation only goes so far, especially it has to actually promote technological innovation. But I'm wondering, is the implication taking traditional regulation off the table? And if not, then what are some of the ideas to sort of lay the groundwork for that as part of the policy portfolio going forward?
Well, I'm glad you caught me on that one, because I do believe that there are appropriate roles for government regulation. But what was in my mind when I said that was, with respect to people's food choices and how, dictating how much meat protein, dairy protein should be part of your diet is not going to be accepted. So it was in that context that I said that. But I do believe that there are very appropriate places for government regulation.
So we only have a few minutes left. So one thing I'm going to ask is we have 3 more questions. I might ask for some rapid fire questions among the remaining questioners, then maybe we can have some final reflections up here. So how about all 3 folks go on that microphone, hopefully relatively quickly.
Hi, my name is Herb Simmons. I'm the author of a new book called A Climate Vocabulary, The Future, with 1,000 terms, 400 of original. And I was thinking about what term out of all that 1,000 fits with the concept of crossroads. And I looked and I saw one of the terms, climate microbiome. The concept that basically we're learning more and more that we're not in control. It's the microorganisms in our gut, in the soil, in the atmosphere, as we saw with COVID, et cetera, that are running the show and significantly affecting the climate crisis and significantly potentially providing opportunities for solutions that cross disciplinary boundaries. And so my question to you all is this an issue or a concept that the NAS entities are looking at? If not, could you look at that? What is the potential? And the last thing I'll say is in writing the book, I noticed there was a call for action by a group of microorganism scientists, if that's what you want to call them, back in 2019, essentially urging and almost begging the world to look at that dimension of the climate crisis.
Get the next 2 before we have some final thoughts here.
Okay, yes, so I will be quick. David Blackstein from Bard College, where I co-direct the worldwide teach-in on climate and justice. So 2 quick questions. Marcus, you asked for suggestions. How do we contact you and share that? And then Angela or maybe Evan, with respect to artificial intelligence, what is the energy consumption of artificial intelligence relative to other computing and subsequent greenhouse gas emissions?
Great. Last one, please.
Jackie Nunez, founder of Last Plastic Straw and advocacy and engagement manager for Plastic Pollution Coalition. So I'm going to ask the obvious question, plastics and its role in climate and where we feel that we can really push the needle on that. I think it hits a lot of these markers and actually can help move the needle on a lot of stuff on the local, state, federal level, but also on the global level. We're working on a global plastics treaty and encountering the same players tainting that process as well, because it is the toxic waste byproduct of the fossil fuel and gas industry, which created a market plastic, and it's affecting us all. Thank you.
We had some questions about language, terminology, AI, energy consumption, plastics, and your final thoughts. So maybe we'll go rapid fire down the line, 30 seconds, and we have a clock here tracking us, to give your final thoughts. You can either respond or give your final thoughts in conclusion. Angel?
A lot of pressure, but I speak very fast, so I think I'm up for it.
All right, go.
So in response to the question about AI and energy consumption, the estimate is something around 2%. But I mean, I don't know exactly how they came up with those numbers, and obviously there are limits to Moore's law of how much we can get in terms of additional gains of efficiency with microchips and computing technology. And also, if everybody has that kind of belief, oh, I'm only 2%, and the minimus attitude, then quickly that energy consumption could really bloom. So yeah, I guess I'll just end there with answering that question.
Kathy?
I'll take the microbiome one.
Go right ahead.
There's an enormous amount of interest in microbiome and increasingly in fungi and the role that they play. I think, Amanda, it's to you about what the National Academies engagement is here. I think there are some projects that are ongoing, but I'm only aware of a small portion of them. So I think it's a really exciting area of research.
So the plastics question hasn't been addressed yet, so I'll tee that one up. And my thought on that generally is the value of your organization and others getting more data out there to get people to understand the importance of plastics. What are the human health and environmental harms and the greenhouse gas emissions associated with them? Because I think they get caught up in the whole debate about, oh, you're just talking about plastic straws. And it almost becomes an example of a dysfunctional debate. So I think you all can do quite a bit to get that substance out there, which will help refocus the debate in areas that matter. And I just want to thank you all for this opportunity again.
Thank you. My email address is my first name dot my last name at co2.com.
Pro or con, CO2?
Yeah, co2.com. I don't know. I don't know how that got bought, but yeah, we have that. I won't comment too much on plastics. I'm not an expert there, and I know we're short on time. With respect, I can't resist the comment about energy consumption of AI, electronics. One of the ideas that animated me as a graduate student, this is really kind of science fiction now, is the idea of computing based on optics. I was an optics person, not electronics. And one of the motivations was speed and dramatic energy efficiency. I'm only bringing this up as a non-ridiculous idea because there was a news headline yesterday that someone thinks they might have an optical computer working somewhere. I don't know if it's real, but check it out. I'm going to check it out. And I just want to address a question that really didn't get fully answered earlier about supports for innovation. You make the whiz-bang thing. The wild success of software has warped our sense of how technology actually gets into the market, because with software, 5 clever people can get together, and shipping a product means clicking and uploading it to a website and you're done. And it's almost never regulated, right? Like Instagram is not a regulated product. It just is a piece of software that got uploaded to the web and it ships. Nothing else works that way. Software is amazing. I'm not hating on software. Think back to other pieces of hardware, things like cars, power stations, food safety equipment, and a common denominator, electronics, a common denominator for a support system is not just government support on the front end. Government often ends up being the first customer, so procurement. And this is a major opportunity for state, local, federal governments here and around the world to support any type of solution, whether it's considered innovative or not. Just buy it, become a customer, use it, test it. And then the private sector, who loves to champion their risk-taking, really it's governments and the public that take the biggest risks, but that's a big opportunity as well.
So this has been truly fascinating. I want to thank everyone on the panel. I want to congratulate Amanda and the entire team at the Academies for putting together an incredible Climate Crossroads Summit. We'll have some concluding remarks, but please join me in thanking the panel.
I'd love to.
Wow, another panel where I wish you guys could just keep talking with us for another hour. This has just been a terrific 2 days, more than I think we could have hoped for. One of the really wonderful things about working at the Academies is you get to go to all these meetings with really thoughtful people and hear like amazing ideas. And so sometimes I feel like my head is like a mini crossroads where in each of those meetings, I'm like, oh, you need to talk to this person I saw in that meeting, and oh, you need to connect over there. And so one of the things I was really hoping that this meeting could be is a place to make some of those linkages and connections. So not everything must go through just my head, since that is not sustainable. And I really hope that we might be able to make this an annual event. I am incredibly grateful and encouraged by all of the support and the enthusiasm that we've received for Climate Crossroads. I have to tell you, it was a risky thing, definitely stepping out of the comfort zone here. And it is just very heartwarming and just exciting to get all of that support. So thank you. I'm just really grateful for that. And I am also incredibly challenged by the magnitude of the work that is to be done. And so I and our team are approaching this work with a lot of humility. We know it's a lot of work, and we have a lot to learn. So we're committed to continuing to listen and engage and see if there are ways that we can work with the existing infrastructure. I really took that to heart from what Sakobi said this morning, to figure out how we can add value, how we can empower others and connect others, and how we can fill gaps. I see that there are quite a lot of opportunities for us, and probably more than we can ever follow up on, but I'll just highlight four that stood out to me. I really think there are a lot of opportunities for the academies to work with academia. We've heard that a few times over the last couple days about the role for campuses as hubs to enable action within their communities, the need to think at how we handle tenure and promotion and grant making to enable faculty in those in university settings to do this kind of work, how our universities can be innovation hubs and connecting to the private sector. We already have been thinking some about how we might bring together universities to create a space for an ongoing dialogue about how they might do those things together. So stay tuned on that. A second opportunity is, I think, a real opportunity for us to listen to and center the work around those who are most vulnerable and susceptible to climate impacts. And in ways that recognize and address the intersectional challenges. I really appreciated our panel first thing this morning. I think it gave us quite a lot to take home and think about. Third, there's an opportunity for us to accelerate action by serving as a crossroads. And I keep coming back to that, but I really like the kind of the image of that and the meaning behind the crossroads. You know, I think we have the opportunity to have impact by bringing different disciplines together to combine their expertise, bring different sectors together to co-develop future pathways, bring different communities together to learn from each other. And those are the sorts of things I really want to lean into as we're building this out. And then fourth, opportunities to partner. And Marcus said, oh, I think the Academy should look for, I don't know where Mary is, over there, a partner. And I think we need to look for many, many partners, right? We can't be just talking with one. We want to really be thinking about how we can engage with many different groups that can help us connect with their communities. And so very excited to explore how we might build that out. So all that to say that I'm excited to embrace this moment. Sonia yesterday talked about this being a moment, and I resonate a lot with that. And so excited to embrace this moment to work with all of you to harness the capacity of this institution and to have real impact going forward. This is really just the beginning of our work. Okay, so let me just share a little bit about the kind of things we're going to be focusing on in the near term. You've heard over the last few days several people introduce themselves as members of a new advisory committee. We had really hoped that we could have announced the full membership by now. We're very close to doing that, but we will be appointing and announcing an advisory committee in the next few days who will be working with us to implement and guide us in our work. We will also be launching the Congressional Fellows Program. Hopefully later this month, the announcements will come out about that. Again, this is an inverted fellowship program where we'll be working with individuals who are full-time staff on the Hill and providing climate literacy and an opportunity for them to engage with experts in our network, learn from our reports, and think about how climate would intersect with many, many different areas of policymaking. So keep an eye out for that. Continuing to do a lot of our communications engagement work, our climate conversation series. Please continue to join and listen into those. And we've heard a lot of good ideas about communication and engagement that we look forward to building upon. And then, of course, I'm really excited to get the debriefs from each of the pathway breakouts today as we'll continue to develop out that work over the next year. I want to invite all of you to engage with us. So we will be sending all of you a post-event survey. Please fill it out. It'll just take a few minutes. And it will really help us think about how we can learn from how we can do this sort of event better in the future. We'd really like to hear from you. We encourage you to sign up for our newsletter if you haven't already. This is a weekly newsletter. It comes out on Monday mornings. It'll give you that quick view of all of the projects and activities that are happening across the whole Academy, including the Climate Crossroads work. So this is where you can find out if there's an upcoming workshop to register for, if you want to nominate someone to serve on a committee or participate in our work. Report releases are all announced there, job announcements, so please sign up for that. And then I hope everyone will continue to connect with each other I think I've seen more business cards in the last 2 days than I've seen in the last 3 years, uh, which is great. And please help me connect with the folks from our showcase yesterday as well. If you would like to reach us at the Climate Crossroads team, we have our own email address, so please reach out to us at climatecrossroads@nas.edu, or you can reach out to us directly at our email addresses. And then let me just close with, I have a long list of thank yous, so please bear with me, because there's so many people who helped make this event possible. So first of all, thank you so much to all of our facilitators and panelists. Just amazingly rich and thoughtful discussions, and we really appreciate everything you did to prepare and to travel here, and really this wouldn't have been possible without you. I want to thank the leadership, our 3 presidents, Marcia McNutt, Victor Zhao, and John Anderson. It's pretty amazing that we had all 3 of them here, both on the stage and then through much of the last 2 days. And I hope you understand that really is a strong signal of support from the highest levels of our institution for this work. Also want to thank Greg Sims, our Chief Program Officer, who's just been an incredible supporter throughout all of our thinking and developing this project. We had a huge crew of staff, so I'm going to name off a lot of folks who have been put in just an amazing effort to pull this all together. Amanda Purcell and Rita Gaskins, who I mentioned the other day. I want to give them a round of applause because they really did a lot. The others on the core staff team include Rachel Sanchez, Eric Edkin, who's been back there making sure that everything looks amazing online, Holly Rhodes, Alex Reich, Kasha Kornetsky, Lindsay Moeller, Amy Mitsumori, Rob Greenway, and many other staff who pitched in terms of just making this event happen. I want to thank all of our pathway leads and the teams who organized the pathway panel as well as the breakout sessions. So John Holmes and his team, Robin Shane, April Melvin, Laura Ehlers, Elizabeth Ada, and others from the Thriving Ecosystems team, Tom Thornton and Carlotta Arthur from the Communities team, and then Chris Hanley and the rest of the NAM Grand Challenge team on the health pathway. A huge number of staff contributed to the tabling last night. It was just really wonderful to see everyone all coming together. I can't list all their names. It would take too long, but just wanted to shout out to all of them for their help. And then to our comms team, Ben Ulrich, Nancy Huddleston, Hannah Fuller, and others from the comms team, thank you for your support in pulling this all together. Okay, I'm not done yet. I have some more to go on these thank yous. I want to thank the Climate Crossroads planning team. We've had a group of advisors working with us over the last year to kind of do the sort of initial thinking around Climate Crossroads. In addition, I want to thank the Climate Communications Initiative Advisory Committee. Mariette DiCristina and Bill Hallman were the co-chairs of that. We're folding the climate communications work into Climate Crossroads, and their support over the last 5 years has been really pivotal to helping us think about the need for something bigger than just communications on climate here at the academies. Many other advisory groups who I've spoken to over the last several years have just been really helpful as well. Okay, I would like to also thank the many donors for our work. So new engagements and partnerships and donors are a vital part of the development and the growth of the Climate Crossroads. Our National Academies presidents were very generous in providing seed funding to help us get started. And then I'd like to thank some of our other donors to the Crossroads, including the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, who provided a generous grant that allowed this event to take place, the Heising Simons Foundation and the San Francisco Foundation, who have both supported the Congressional Fellows Program. Thank you. And then a number of donors who we've been speaking to over the last few years and have provided support for several of the activities and programs that have been launched in the last few years. And these funders include the Bezos Earth Fund, the Wallace Global Fund, Sloan Foundation, and the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, along with several individual donors who have contributed to this work. So thank you to all of you. Philanthropy is a really important part of the work we do here at the academies, and we need and value these philanthropic partnerships to address the many needs of our communities, our nation, people, and ecosystems in response to the climate crisis. I wanted to thank our development team and introduce Joanne Morse, who's working closely with me on the Climate Crossroad, and Allison Purvis. I'm not sure if she's still here, but thank you to both of them from the development office for their support, and please feel free to reach out to Joanne if you would like to discuss philanthropy further. And then thank you finally to everyone who joined us, last but not least. You know, we are facing really serious challenges as a nation and a world. And as a person who's been working on this for more than 20 years, and more importantly, as a parent, sometimes the challenges we face with climate change are really overwhelming. And actually, I was talking with Matthew Nesbitt this morning, and he used the word jaw clenching, which I resonate with a lot as a very frequent jaw clencher myself. It can get overwhelming. But what gives me hope is these kinds of gatherings and the incredible ingenuity and dedication of people like you who have joined us at the summit, both in person and online. So thank you for bringing your expertise and an open mind and your eagerness to engage with us on this topic. I'm really excited to get to work in carrying forward all the great ideas that you've brought to us. So thank you.